Welcome, everybody. I'm so glad to see you all here today. And welcome to the School of Arts and Sciences' 9th Annual Penn Grad Talks. We're so excited to continue this tradition and its wonderful presentation of student scholarship. To our audience, both here and online, thank you for joining us to support our graduate students and learn more about their fabulous research. My name's Beth Wenger, and I'm the Associate Dean for Graduate Studies and Maurice and Josephine Berg Professor of History in SAS. Penn Arts and Sciences graduate students are exceptional scholars. They are a diverse group of researchers who are working to understand and interpret our world, to create and transmit knowledge, and to make meaningful change for the better. And I want to say, today more than ever, when universities are under attack, you are what we do. You are who we are. And it gives me great pleasure to be here today and to get just a taste of the groundbreaking, creative, and original work that you do. Today, we're going to be hearing from 20 of our impressive graduate students. Their topics include everything from crowdfunding in ancient Greece, what opera singers teach us about language, and how water can power the planet. And I can't wait to hear what they have to say. I want to extend a personal thank you to all of our presenters today. They are helping us show the vital part that our graduate students play in the intellectual life of our school. Over its 9 years, this event has gone through many iterations as we adapted to the pandemic and its aftermath, but the talks themselves have remained consistently fascinating, and they've been viewed thousands of times online and shared on social media. For anyone who wants to share posts about the program today on their own social media sites, please use the hashtags PennGradTalks or PennSAS or SASGov, SASGov. Please feel free to help yourselves to all the food that's in the back throughout the day, and those of you online, you have to fend for yourselves. And finally, Penn Grad Talks, I want to say, is a collaboration between the graduate division of the School of Arts and Sciences, the College of Liberal and Professional Studies, the school's advancement office, and the graduate student representatives of SASGov and LPSGov. The program and prizes are funded by the Office of the Dean. So we have a lot of people to thank for making this event happen. And now I'm going to turn things over to my colleague, Nora Lewis, Vice Dean for Liberal and Professional Education, who's going to kick off the presentations.
We short people need to be up where you can see us over the podium. Thank you so much, Beth. As Beth said, I am Nora Lewis, Vice Dean for Professional and Liberal Education in the School of Arts and Sciences. And it's really a pleasure to be here for our 9th annual Penn Grad Talks. I cannot believe it's been 9 years. The College of Liberal and Professional Studies, or LPS for short, has been extending a Penn Arts and Sciences education to professional audiences for over 130 years. The professional master's degrees in LPS reflect the range of our faculty's scholarship across the humanities, social sciences, and natural sciences. Together, the programs enroll approximately 1,000 individuals each year who come to Penn from our local communities, across the nation, and around the world. Today's presentations will give you a taste of some of the diverse fields of study and amazing students represented in the professional master's programs. Today, you'll be hearing from 5 students. Melissa Arjona of Behavioral and Decision Sciences will deliver a talk called Vanishing Flavors, How Immigration Can Influence Culinary Traditions. Layla Bateman of Organizational Dynamics will discuss, in their own words, neurodiverse leaders. Suzanne Johnson of the Master of Applied Positive Psychology, takes on the topic Revenge of the Bionic Beetroot, Conquering Shyness with Optimism. Caroline Jones of Organizational Dynamics examines Lead with Listening, using a coaching mindset to elevate daily conversations. And Zhuyao Liu of the International Master of Public Administration asks, when AI listens, can it truly serve humanity in crises? Since this event is a competition, we also have 3 judges with us today who will be selecting one of these speakers as the winner. They are James Carr, Professor of Classical Studies, Xinyi Ye, Humanities graduate student, and Nick McAllister, Director of Advancement in the school's Office of Advancement. The judges will make their selections based on content and presentation and on how well each presenter does at making their work accessible and engaging to people who are not specialists in their field. You, the audience, will be able to cast your vote, those of you here and online, for the Audience Choice Award by scanning the QR code on the screen. Please note that you can only vote once per category. The speaker getting the most votes across all 4 categories will win a $500 prize. The winners in each category will be announced at the award reception this afternoon at 5:15 in the museum's Sphinx lobby. I invite all of you to come and celebrate our finalists and winners. Lastly, as Beth said, just a reminder, if you're posting on social media about today's lectures, and we hope you will, please don't forget to use the hashtags Penn Grad Talks, Penn SAS, and SassGov, SASGov. Now, please join me in welcoming our first group of speakers and enjoy the talks. Melissa?
This is tall. I might move it. I'm short, but not that short. Growing up, my family would spend every Christmas Eve going across the street to have Christmas dinner with our Cuban neighbors. And we would always arrive a little bit early, not out of pleasantries or out of convenience, but because from across the street, we could always smell when the lechon was almost ready. And there was always enough pork to go around, but there were certain parts of the pig that were always in high demand. My goal was to get the ear. I loved the flavor. It was salty, it was crispy, and there was this thin layer of fat that just melted in your mouth. But at the time, I didn't realize why that mattered. I never thought about the history of eating from snout to tail, or the fact that you could encompass an entire culture in one bite. I've lived in the Northeast now for 11 years, and the reality is that my food looks very different today. I'm a regular at Whole Foods and at Trader Joe's, and I love a Saturday morning at the farmer's market. My fridge is stocked with oat milk and organic eggs when I can afford them. But last year, I saw something that made me pause and smile. My favorite Brooklyn taqueria, taco shop, was opening a second location, and this one was focused on just one thing, the pig. Carnitas de Ramirez opened up in full force to educate, to feed, and to enamorar, to make people fall in love with every part of the pig. Their tacos highlight so many flavors, from brain, the tongue, intestines, uterus, and yes, the ear. The menu made me realize how easy it is for flavors to slip away when we're not paying attention to them. The taco, in reality, is a social construct, I realized. It's a narrative of adaptation, of appropriation, and of transformation. And like any social construct, it's fragile. It's shaped by power, by perception, and the forces that define what story prevails. And preservation isn't just about keeping things alive, but it's about keeping them alive in a world that's constantly trying to reshape them. So, this is where behavioral science comes in. We often use behavioral science as a tool to change to nudge, and to innovate. But what if we used it as a means for preservation, to ensure that the foods, the flavors, and the cultures enshrined in them continue to thrive? You might argue that the taco is as strong as ever. You can get one in any part of this country. But that's the paradox. While Mexican cuisine thrives, the people behind them are being pushed to the margins. Restaurant workers are made up of 43% of Latinos in the US, many of them Central American and Mexican. But despite running Americans' kitchens, they're often unseen, underpaid, and frequently undocumented. Their contributions overshadowed by our love for their food. Now, America has a varied diet, but a cuisine that's kind of formulaic. If it's crunchy, meaty, and drenched in sauce, it's something that'll sell. Americans don't just love new foods, they love foods that feel familiar. Psychologist Paul Rosen calls this the omnivore's paradox. As humans, we love novelty, but we also fear things that are unfamiliar. Tacos were originally cooked with these slow stewed meats and organs, but the American palate wasn't ready, so the taco had to change. In 1950s, Glenn Bell was a burger stand owner in California, and he saw these long lines of people standing outside the taquerias across the street. He saw an opportunity, not to bring Mexican food to Americans, but to reinvent what Mexican food was to make it more palatable for Americans. He reverse engineered the taco. He brought in lean ground beef, shredded cheese, a dollop of sour cream. The taco had to become something softer. Think of it as a glorified burger. A deconstructed patty, lettuce, tomato, and God forbid, mayo. But it worked. In 1962, Taco Bell was formed. And by 1978, Pepsi had acquired over 800 franchises and spread it to be the conglomerate that we know it as today. The taco industrial complex, check. Once the taco was born, something else started to shift. It wasn't just how the taco was made that changed, it was also how we came to think about it. Our mental model of what the taco was evolving. We didn't even know what it was happening. This is what in behavioral science we call change blindness. When gradual shifts happen over time, outside of our focal point, we might not even register them. And if they happen over time and slowly, we don't even question them. And this can be true even for people within the community. For second generation Latinos, many people have a different concept of the food than what they're cooking even at home. It's what mainstream that matters. There's a study on diaspora communities that shows when immigrants get to a new location, they change their food habits as expected, and at first it's just because of what's available. But over time, it changes more because of the social norms, what's mainstream, what's in the media, what restaurants are selling. This is what we call the availability heuristic. The more we see something, the more real it becomes. And when that thing becomes the default, it changes how we eat and what we believe to be true. Again, you might argue that traditions are always evolving, but what happens when the people who created them are no longer in control? This shift didn't just change how Americans saw tacos, but who had the power to define them. Food traditions don't survive alone. They depend on the people who pass them down, and those networks are breaking. Immigration policies are tearing families apart, and they're pushing out undocumented food workers at every level of the food chain. And this is severing a critical link in culinary knowledge. Gentrification is displacing family-owned businesses for high-end interpretations that are rediscovering what authenticity is. The behavioral study of network effects explains how these traditions have survived. Damon Santola has this theory of complex contagion, which says that the stronger and more connected a community is, the stronger those behaviors and traditions and practices. Food traditions also spread through broader networks. It's important to get information from people outside of our immediate networks. But the reality is that the strength of these weak ties are loose connections, and while they help in diffusion, they're not always so helpful for preservation. We assume that food will always be there, but history tells us that when these networks break, behaviors shift, and what was essential can sometimes fade. So, where do I think behavioral science can help? This weekend, I want you to go have a taco, but challenge yourself at every step of the way and think about what's influencing your decision. How did you decide where to go? Did you ask close friends, or did the infatuation tell you what the hottest taco in town is? When you're ordering, did you default to what's familiar, or did you notice any ingredients that you might normally skip? What stories do you associate with what you're ordering? What's your own mental model? What were you expecting? Now, we're not going to stop the erasure of food and cultures by behavioral science alone, and definitely not just by eating a taco. But behavioral science tells us that what we think, what we pay attention to, and how we connect with others matters. So start with a taco, but make it a taco that makes you think. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Layla Bateman, and I'm a master's student in organizational dynamics at the University of Pennsylvania. Today, I'm going to be speaking to you about, in their own words, neurodiverse leaders. I'm going to introduce some background, then my research, and the voices of neurodiverse leaders, and then we'll talk about some implications. Oops. So first, what is neurodiversity? Neurodiversity conceptualizes differences in cognition as a natural form of variation. It's often associated with conditions like autism and ADHD, but it can really present in many different ways. About 15 to 20% of the population is neurodiverse, and neurodiversity can also impact individuals at work. For example, a recent study of neurodiverse employees demonstrated strengths in creativity, hyperfocus, and innovative thinking, as well as challenges in looking after yourself, concentration, and in asking for help. So now a little bit about leadership. There are many different leadership styles and skills which can be beneficial in different contexts. Leaders also influence the success of businesses, and diversity in leadership can also impact that success positively. Businesses are also interested in the future and what leadership skills will be needed, with some suggesting that innovative thinking will be one of those skills. So we have these two topics. We have neurodiversity and we have leadership. What I wanted to do is bring those together and look at the intersection. So I started doing some reading, and what I found is literature about how managers can support and include neurodiverse employees at work, training programs, support systems, etc. But I started to notice something. In all of this literature, we weren't talking about the leaders and what their neurotype was. So what I wanted to know is, what about those leaders who are neurodiverse themselves? What about the leaders who are autistic or those leaders who have ADHD? So again, I did more reading, and I found there was not actually a lot of research on this topic. There were a few recent studies that look at different contexts for leadership, for example, neurodiverse leaders in the military, or neurodiverse leaders who are entrepreneurs. There are also many case studies about neurodiverse leadership. For example, a study of an organization in the Netherlands that is run by and for autistic individuals. And there has been a lot more commentary and theorizing about neurodiverse leadership in the management literature. For example, a study in a leading management journal that introduced a conceptual model of neurodiverse leadership. This paper also specifically called for more empirical research. In the absence, though, of that additional research, the popular press has started publishing on neurodiverse leadership, and specifically making calls for more representation. So we have a gap in the literature, we have calls for representation, and that brings us to a question. How do neurodiverse leaders experience and navigate leadership? So to address this question, I conducted an exploratory qualitative research study that focused on neurodiverse leaders in the workplace. The sample was 9 neurodiverse leaders from healthcare, government, pharmaceuticals, and consulting. They held roles as directors, managers, C-suite, or owners of a company. You can see that our neurodiversity here, as they disclosed it, included ADHD, anxiety, autism, etc. I conducted semi-structured interviews with each leader and then coded those interviews to identify themes drawn from their own words, rather than applying a top-down leadership model that might have a neurotypical bias. So on the next slides, I'm going to share some preliminary themes and observations, and I'm going to focus on the words of those leaders to tell their stories, and I'll be using pseudonyms for names. So first, all leaders in this study identify that they do think differently. One leader, Ben, spent several decades as a leader in government, and he described attending meetings as a deputy commander. He said, I didn't realize this until after I got my diagnosis, but you know, a lot of times when I'd be sitting there trying to listen to dialogue and stuff, I'd have to close my eyes. So people are thinking I'm asleep, but the reason is in order to stay focused on it, I needed to not be visually stimulated at the same time, so I could really hear every word. As a result, I think it was probably a little off-putting, or maybe seemed a little quirky. So several others also noted this kind of situation. Maybe they need to close their eyes, have more quiet space, and others described their creativity, ability to handle new situations, or solve problems. For many, there's also a duality in their experience of neurodiversity as leaders. So Lauren, for example, is a manager in pharmaceuticals who says, there's sometimes days I'm proud of it. It feels like it's my superpower. It helps me dig really deep into processes and think about things in other ways to bring really meaningful and thoughtful solutions to the table. Then there's other days where I'm ashamed and embarrassed and I feel less than. Others described feeling both creative and at the same time easily bored. One described being detail-oriented as both a strength and also potentially off-putting to others. And one described it as a beautiful curse. Another common theme is masking. You may have heard of masking. It's something that many neurodiverse people do, consciously monitoring behavior in order to meet the neurotypical expectations of society. Mary, a director in healthcare, said, I don't think the world is ready for ADD in a way that would be ideal. It's an internal process of trying to manage it. You think of ways you can perform that it doesn't look like you have ADD. Many others talked about the weight of masking and how much time and energy they spend managing their masks as leaders at work. Now, empathic leadership. A lot of the work on neurodiversity at work really focuses on task-based skills, detail-oriented thinking, for example. But the leaders in this study identified empathy as a strength. So for example, Trisha, an IT manager in healthcare, said, I think I'm more sensitive or more empathetic to some of the ways that people communicate because of my own neurodiversity. Others talked about being able to read social cues from nonverbal behavior or body language. And lastly, emotional experience. For many, being neurodiverse and a leader at work was an emotional experience, as well as participating in the interview. So for example, Heather owns her own company, and she says, when I do disclose, almost every time I get emotional. I would say there is still an element of shame for me. There is still an element of insecurity. There's an element of not knowing how to explain it, because it affects me so deeply. I'm figuring it out, and I would say this is part of my healing, is talking about it with somebody that I don't know. It's a journey. Others talked about experiencing stigma, and one described the interview itself as cathartic. So where does this leave us? There are a lot of possible implications. First and foremost, neurodiverse leaders are leaders. They're leaders across industries, organizations, and roles today. So the current research is often limited to those few cases, or not addressing neurodiversity in leadership at all, which poses the question, how can research intentionally include neurodiverse leaders? For my part, I aim to publish my full research in a management journal. Second, neurodiverse leaders have differences. How might different conditions and contexts influence success for different neurotypes of leaders? Third, neurodiverse leaders often mask. This carries a lot of possible weight. How can organizations help relieve this burden from their leaders? Fourth, neurodiverse leaders can lead with empathy. So how might we continue to rethink leadership skills from a neurodiverse perspective? And lastly, many neurodiverse leaders feel very strongly and emotionally about their experience. How can sharing the holistic experiences of neurodiverse leaders benefit inclusion? So with that, I'll say thank you. Thank you to the research participants. Thank you to my advisors in organizational dynamics. And thank you, all of you here today.
Imagine being 10 years old, first day at a new school in the middle of the semester. You wake up that morning with just the right level of apprehension and excitement for what the day's going to bring. And in your first class, the teacher starts out by saying, "Good morning, students. We have a new kid in class today. I hear she thinks she's pretty smart. So I'm only going to call on her today, and she is going to answer every single question." wait, I'm going to answer every single question? I don't even know what these kids have been studying. And here it comes. My heart starts pounding in my ears. I can feel my temperature starting to rise, and my face is turning bright red. And now all I can think of is, oh my gosh, my face is turning bright red. What are these people going to think of me? I must look so stupid. I am never going to make any friends. What is wrong with me? I hear laughter in the classroom. I realize my eyes are closed. I open my eyes, and the teacher is standing right there. And he says, hey kids, I thought we had a new student in class, but look, we got a bionic beetroot. Unfortunately, that nickname stuck, as did that feeling of shame and humiliation every time I was put on the spot, at school, in a social situation, sometimes even at home, and later in life at work. And I thought it was because there was something wrong with me, and I thought I was the only one. It turns out that the incidence of self-reported shyness, chronic shyness, the incident of self-reported shyness in the US has increased from 40% in 1977 to 48% in 1999. And today it's as high as 60% in college students, with only 5% reporting never having felt shy. So in any room, it's safe to say that roughly half the people around you may have experienced shyness. What is shyness? Shyness is extreme self-consciousness. It's a fear of judgment, and it is a negative self-evaluation. Not a great combination. Shy people tend to avoid eye contact. They might speak quietly, and they'll do anything to avoid being the center of attention. It's often confused with introversion, but where an introvert might prefer a smaller crowd or maybe even solitude, shy people are uncomfortable and awkward in social situations, whether they're an introvert or an extrovert. And it's also not a lack of self-confidence. I might be very confident inside, but just struggle to show it externally. And like many traits, shyness developed for a reason. Shy people have an acute awareness of their environment. They're vigilant and observant. And while that might not serve you too well going into a party, it may well have coming out of a cave to avoid getting eaten by a predator, or approaching a new tribe that may or may not be cannibals. Shy people don't like to be caught off guard, so they tend to be very conscientious and responsible. You want these people on your team. And shyness is not a problem unless you let it interfere with the things you want to do in life, which I did until I conquered it with learned optimism. When we think about optimism, we tend to think glass is half full, always look on the bright side. But Dr. Martin Seligman reframed optimism as explanatory style. Explanatory style is how we think about the reason for events that happen to us, what we tell ourselves. And in this case, in a negative situation, such as turning into a bionic beetroot on the first day of class, the pessimistic mindset tells me that it's permanent, it's always going to happen to me. It's pervasive, it will happen everywhere, and it's personal, it's because of me. Dr. Seligman's work looked at the relationship between pessimistic explanatory style and depression, and he learned that depressed people, if they're able to change to a more optimistic mindset, those depressive symptoms are significantly reduced. That more optimistic mindset tells me that that bad thing that happened to me is temporary. It's specific to this situation, and it's not because of me. A far more resilient mindset. So I thought, if this can work for depression, I wonder if it can help me with shyness. So I took a look at my bionic beetroot explanatory style and learned that it was highly pessimistic. I was so worried about what was wrong with me and how I was going to mess things up that it never even occurred to me to think that that teacher was just mean. And later on in life, that I was reacting because I was feeling threatened. So I decided I needed to do something and change my relationship with that feeling of being threatened. So I did the most threatening thing I could think of as a shy person. I took an improv class. In this improv class, we did an exercise where you had to make eye contact with somebody on the other side of a circle and throw them an imaginary ball. I quickly observed that the people who readily made eye contact, especially the ones who smiled, are the ones that got the ball. And when you got that ball, it was like a little gift, a moment of joy. I got the ball. But the people who were a little bit self-conscious at the beginning and didn't make eye contact were far less likely to get the ball. And I saw those people get less and less engaged through the exercise. And what I took from that is that the first moment matters. That initial interaction you have with somebody determines how they respond to you. In that case, getting the ball and getting that moment of joy, which made me feel more and more comfortable while I was standing in the circle. Making that first eye contact for a shy person, that's really, really hard, but it is worth it. It pays you back 1,000%. So I decided to put it into practice. Starting small, I would smile at people at the gym, at the grocery store, at the park. What happens when you smile at someone? More often than not, they smile back. You get that little boost of joy. Barbara Fredrickson's work of positive emotions tells us that positive emotions are, in fact, additive. They build on each other, and they make us more open and receptive, and they're contagious. Poole and Schmidt did some work with elementary school students and showed that shy children with positive affect have a much easier time navigating social situations and suffer less social anxiety. And for me, it paid off too. It increased my comfort level. And I went from just smiling to saying, good afternoon, happy Friday. And now, whenever I walk into a new room, I do my best to have the confidence to introduce myself to new people because I want to give them that little boost of joy. And I figure if 50 to 60% of the people in the room might also be shy, maybe I'm spreading the optimism and also giving them a little sense of comfort as well. I have not changed who I am, but I have changed my perspective. And now I know that I can increase my comfort in any space. I no longer have to worry about whether my face is turning red. I can focus on the task at hand. And that the negative parts of my shyness being diminished, I can let the positive parts shine through. And when I get put on the spot and I start to feel threatened, with an optimistic mindset, I remember that it is temporary, that is specific, and it is not because there's something wrong with me. Thank you.
Go for it.
Show of hands. Have you ever watched someone discover their own strength? All right, nobody? Who's had to help your friend get through a breakup? Okay, yeah, more hands. Good. We've all been there. Your friend comes to you. She has this new guy. You meet him the first time, and he is the worst. You meet him the second time, and he is actually the worst. After 6 months of this train wreck, your friend comes over to you and says, I think I want to break up with him. What should I do? Hold that thought. When I began the Master of Science in Organizational Dynamics program here at Penn, I believed that being a leadership and an organizational coach was about going into an organization, diagnosing all of the problems, and then coming up with the perfect answers and perfect solutions. However, that's not what an organizational leadership coach is all about at all. In fact, it's not about giving advice. Remember this situation over here? If you told your friend, yeah, he's a loser, break up with him, that wouldn't really go over well, right? Rookie error. The heart of leadership coaching is about listening. It's about asking questions to encourage reflection and insight. It's about creating a safe space for discovery and growth, and helping others discover their potential and take steps forward. Let me tell you an often hard pill to swallow. We all have blind spots. Sometimes we're too close to our challenges to see the solutions that are right in front of us. That's where a leadership coach comes in. The role of a coach is as a partner working with you to help facilitate change and help you uncover your own answers. I'm thrilled to be part of the leadership and organizational coaching cohort, and that's where I developed this new mindset of what a leadership coach really is. I've witnessed how coaching can transform companies, teams, organizations, and going deeper, I've seen how coaching can transform lives. Now, many of us will never be an organizational or leadership coach here. You're not going to have executive coach on your business card. But I believe that each of us might be coaching people not in a formal way, but in an informal way. Maybe you're coaching your colleagues, your classmates, your coworkers, your boss or employees, your kids, other family members, your friends, your neighbors, your community members. So in the next few minutes, I am going to teach you a 4-step methodology that you can use to elevate the daily conversations that you have with others. This methodology is called DICE, and it stands for Deep Listening, Inquiry Questions, Challenge and Support, and Effective Action. And it's attributed to Eric Ostrowski, PhD, a leadership and executive coach, consultant, author, coach educator, and a pretty incredible professor that I've had at Penn. Number 1, deep listening. Deep listening is engaging fully and setting aside distractions. It's going over to your friend and saying, "Tell me about your situation," and then being silent. That silence is pretty awkward, right? But it's resisting the urge to formulate a response. And it's fostering psychological safety, which is an environment where people feel heard, valued, and respected. 2, inquiry questions. Inquiry questions are open-ended, non-judgmental, and thought-provoking questions designed to encourage reflection. It's going to your friend and saying, well, what are your needs in a relationship? What needs are not being met? It's guiding individuals to new perspectives and their own realizations rather than providing advice. 3, challenge and support. Now, challenge and support go hand in hand. Challenge without support can be overwhelming for people, and support without challenge can lead to complacency. So it's important to have the two go hand in hand. I say to my friend, I'm supporting you, I'm here for you, I support whatever decision you're making, but I'm challenging you to have this conversation with your boyfriend. Tell him what your needs are. Challenge is highlighting blind spots and encouraging accountability. It's testing assumptions and introducing new perspectives, while support is affirming strengths and successes, empathizing with struggles, encouraging self-compassion, and celebrating progress. 4, effective action. Effective action is setting a plan or a tangible, realistic step that someone can take. It's getting your friend to the point where she can say, okay, I'm going to have this conversation with him and discuss my needs. Effective action is helping someone to move forward with confidence and clarity. Now, I've been using the breakup example because it's easy. We've all been there. We are dying to scream at the top of our lungs to our friend, and they are so clouded with judgment, but they have to come to that realization themselves. Imagine that you can use this DICE methodology in other situations, not just with a friend, but at work, at home, in your community. Let's imagine a world where more of us stepped into the mindset of a coach and were able to make an impact in simple, everyday interactions. What if we approach conversations with less judgment and more focus, curiosity, and intention? Look, challenges occur and conflicts arise. But don't be a passive participant when you can be an active catalyst for change. Listen deeply, use inquiry questions, challenge and support, and take effective action. Coaching doesn't have to be big or abstract. It can be subtle and simple. In fact, I've been coaching you for the last 7 minutes. So now I challenge you to think of that one person in your life. You know who it is. Who came to your mind first? Is it your colleague, your partner, your friend, your neighbor? And the next time you are tempted to just give advice to that person, I challenge you to take a step back and to listen deeply. Ask inquiry questions, challenge and support, and use effective action. Maybe even get them to take an action step. Because in doing so, you just may change a life, help someone discover their own strength, or at the very least, Help your friend get through a breakup. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Shuyao Liu, and today let's talk about artificial intelligence. Artificial intelligence is everywhere nowadays. It's talked about in almost every field, like the Super Bowl parade last Friday. Even during this period, AI played its role in real-time traffic monitoring and in predictive policing for public safety. So, go birds. Yeah. And since 2021, I have volunteered at Shanghai's 12345 public service hotline, helping international residents navigate crises in English, French, and Chinese. Through this, I've learned that people are not just seeking solutions. They want to feel understood. For instance, one anxious mother called about the health proof procedure for her 2 children. She wasn't just looking for answers of her questions. She needed reassurance and support during a stressful time. This highlights a key challenge in public administration, balancing efficiency with empathy. It's not enough to simply provide solutions. People need to feel heard and cared for, especially in times of crisis. While we, as human volunteers, could offer empathy, we were often limited by time and resources. Here's what AI can help. It's fast and can strengthen public service resilience. By leveraging AI in public administration, we can optimize service delivery without sacrificing the human-centered qualities. However, for AI to truly serve humanity, it must align with the principles of servant leadership. This philosophy centers on putting people's needs first, acting with empathy and humility, and helping others thrive. In the context of AI, it means using technology to improve efficiency while ensuring that people feel supported and cared for, especially in crisis. Now, let's explore the 5 roles AI can play in promoting servant leadership during crisis management. Firstly, AI is a compass. It's central in guiding decision-making during crisis. AI can process vast amounts of data in real time, offering critical insights and helping leaders make timely decisions, such as FEMA, the Federal Emergency Management Agency. It uses AI-driven disaster modeling to predict the severity of natural disasters and identify areas in need of immediate assistance. This allows FEMA to allocate resources efficiently and prioritize interventions, ensuring that no community is left behind in a crisis. By combining AI's analytical capabilities with servant leadership's focus on empathy, leaders can act swiftly and compassionately. Next, AI acts as a bridge. It connects different groups and ensures smooth communication during crisis. In China's smart city initiatives, AI helped track the virus during the pandemic and provide the latest information to both residents and authorities. This kept everyone informed and safe. AI fosters inclusivity by making sure all voices especially those of vulnerable populations, are heard. In line with servant leadership, it enables leaders to collaborate with diverse communities to meet everyone's needs in time of crisis. And thirdly, AI can serve as a pulse, continuously monitoring situations and providing real-time feedback. During emergencies, it analyzes social media and news reports to adjust strategies quickly. For example, in New York City, AI was used to monitor public responses during protests and health events. It listens to the public's concerns and helps leaders adapt their approach with empathy. By providing transparent and data-driven insights, AI also fosters public trust. Next, AI can serve as an anchor. In chaotic situations, it stabilizes operations and maintaining continuity of essential services. It helps deploy emergency resources and ensure critical services like healthcare and transportation remain functional during high demands. AI was pivotal in coordinating disaster relief operations during Hurricane Katrina. In the spirit of servant leadership, AI allows smooth operations, helping leaders to focus on higher-level decisions and provide the support communities need. And finally, AI is a mirror. What is a mirror? It reflects something. So AI reflects on past responses and help public administration improve over time. By analyzing the outcomes of previous crises, AI identifies areas for improvement. For example, AI systems used by fire departments in California analyze data on fire spread and weather patterns to predict future fires and optimize firefighting efforts. Additionally, it provides a standardized framework to assess whether past action met predetermined benchmarks, helping organizations critically evaluate their efforts. Following the principles of servant leadership, AI enables continuous reflection and growth, making public services more responsive and effective. So if we look back on these 5 principles, these 5 roles show how AI can promote servant leadership. However, it's important to remember that the technology itself can't serve people. It doesn't have the ability to serve. It is the leader's understanding of human needs that ensures AI become a tool for enhancing public service and societal development. Ultimately, it is not the technology itself that will determine if AI can truly serve humanity. It's the intention behind its use. That is empathy, ethics, and love. Thank you for listening.
This wraps up the professional master session. Let's give another round of applause to all our speakers. Great job, all of you. I hope you'll stay for the humanities session, which will begin in just a few minutes. And don't forget to vote for your Audience Choice Award selection.
Welcome, everyone. Good afternoon. I'm Beth Wenger, Associate Dean for Graduate Studies, and Moritz and Josephine Berg, Professor of History. I'd like to welcome you all to the Humanities session of our 9th annual Penn Grad Talks. The Humanities help us understand others through their languages, their histories, and their cultures. They reveal how people have tried to make sense of the world. The humanities teach empathy, and they teach us how to deal critically with subjective, complex, and imperfect information. Today, you'll hear from 5 students in the humanities. Marina de Mello do Nascimento of East Asian Languages and Civilizations will deliver a talk called Silent Dissent: How Girls' Magazines in Wartime Japan Negotiated Empire and Expression. Dion Dresser of Francophone, Italian, and Germanic Studies will discuss Mother Has Arrived, Reclaiming Birth from Erasure. And Asher Maria of Comparative Literature and Literary Theory takes on the topic, How I'll Study My 12th Language, and Why Duolingo Isn't It. And finally, Max Stanton of Philosophy and Law will present on what you really ought to do, the nature of law and other moral systems. Since this event is a competition, we also have 3 judges with us today, and they will be selecting one of these speakers as a winner. They are Greg Ridgway, Professor and Chair of the Department of Criminology, Chris Benitez, psychology graduate student, and Blake Cole, Director of Advancement Communication in the school's Office of Advancement. Their selections will be made on the basis of content and presentation and on how well each presenter does at making their work accessible and engaging to people who are not specialists in their fields. You'll also be able to cast your own vote for the Audience Choice Award by scanning the QR code on the screen. Please note that you can only vote once per category, and the speaker getting the most votes across the 4 categories will win the $500 prize. The winners in each of our categories today will be announced at the award reception at 5:15 in the museum's Sphinx lobby. I'll also invite you all to come to celebrate all our finalists and our winners. And remember, if you're posting on social media, we hope you do, about today's lectures, please use the hashtags Penn Grad Talks, Penn SAS, and SassGov. And now, please join me in welcoming our humanities speakers, and please enjoy the talks. Marina. Awesome.
March 23rd, 1945. The US forces began their pre-landing bombardment in the island of Okinawa. That same night, an order was issued. Girls aged 15 to 19 from the Okinawa Female Normal School and the Okinawa First Girls High School were to follow their teachers to the Okinawa Army Hospital. Their new role was to work as nurses for the military. Unaware that their island would become a battlefield in about a week, the students believed that work in a hospital would be just an extension of their classrooms. They packed textbooks, diaries, and school supplies. But one student, 18-year-old Kisa Shinzato, made an interesting choice. Before departing, she turned to her younger sister and handed her 2 small notebooks, asking her sister to keep them safe. What made those objects remarkable was not just their personal value, but also their history. Their covers bore censored illustrations, Images banned from publication by the state in July 1940. Kissa's choice, though similarly small, reveals how teenage girls negotiated their identities in an increasingly militarized society. I argue that wartime girls magazines challenged the simple categories of war collaboration and war resistance. These magazines were shaped by people, editors, novelists, illustrators, and readers alike. This interplay of multiple choices meant that the readers encounter both cries of endorsement and whispers of opposition. In this space, young girls were not just passive recipients of imperial ideology. They made choices, whether to erase or to preserve their self-expression. For decades, girls' magazines largely avoid war-related themes, focused on topics popular for the readers. However, in 1937, when Japan entered war with China, this changed. By 1938, the government worked closely with the publishers to ensure teenage magazines and readers across the empire engaged with the content approved by the military. And suddenly, readers were exposed to images of heroic soldiers and even fictional illustrations of Japan bombarding New York. And this affected those who worked in the publishing industry in many ways. One person affected was Nakahara Junichi, the star illustrator of the girls' magazine called Shoujo no Tomo, or Girls' Friends in English. More than just an artist, Nakahara shaped the entire magazine aesthetic, from cover illustrations to fashion guides. Yet, in 1940, a student dress code shift. Military-style uniforms, like the monpe, became mandatory for girls in the home front. Within months, Nakahara began receiving anonymous letters urging him to abandon fashion illustrations in favor of war-approved themes. On this page, you can see a precise moment when the magazine Shoujo no Tomo blurred the lines between cooperation, and resistance, and offered readers a chance to participate in the war, but also reflect on what was happening to their daily lives. On one page, the magazine showcased students crafting gift bags for soldiers, here at the bottom, which typically included letters, canned food, and hygiene products. Accompanying this image, there's a letter from the Army thanking the magazine for this effort and all this organization of gift bags, and also a picture of the chief editor of the magazine with an armed officer handing the bags to them. On the very next page, we have Nakahara Junichi. So here, he's publicly responding to the anonymous letters he's receiving, and he states that he does not think he must draw monpe attires at all. In fact, he wants the readers, and during these difficult times they are facing, to keep their tastes and preferences and adapt to the demands as they see fit. So this is a moment of choice. This juxtaposition shows how the magazine allowed the readers to navigate the terrain of war, allowing them to participate in the war effort and also still claim their self and their identity. The censors, however, did not take this comment lightly, nor the editorial board decision to publish such comments. In July 1940, his drawings were officially deemed inadequate, and by the censors now, he was banned from illustrating any girls' magazines in the country. Following Nakahara's departure, Shoujo no Tomo covers changed, marking an erasure of an aesthetic tradition that had lasted for more than 3 decades. But was the military really successful in erasing it? You see, not only editors and illustrators make a magazine, but readers do as well. Even when we cannot access their voices. As the Battle of Okinawa loomed, Kisa still clung to Nakahara Junichi illustrations. While she could have kept any war material, any state-approved materials from any magazine of the time, Kisa made a choice to preserve and keep alive an art form that had been banned from such magazines 5 years earlier. As much as we'd like to give you more information about Kisa, little is known about her. As the war progressed, Kisa found herself in underground cave hospitals. Once studying to be an elementary school teacher, she had now to perform amputations, transport supplies in the battlefield, and bury corpses. Survival testimonies, however, describe Kisa as a petite, strong-willed, and a reliable class representative. She was last seen helping her friends in a cave and died around June 21st, just one day before the Battle of Okinawa was finally over. Her belongings are in the museum where she studied. Kisa was part of a quiet movement of many teenage girls that left no written records, and it still kept pre-war aesthetics alive, pre-war girls' aesthetics alive. When Kisa handed those notebooks to her sister, they became a physical manifestation of her personal silent resistance. Though we don't know much about her, we do know that that small yet deliberate act of preserving objects important to her, and that moment, 18-year-old Kisa enacted a moment of silent dissent. Thank you.
Penn's own Ben Franklin once quipped in a letter, "In this world, nothing is certain except death and taxes." Western philosophical and political discourses have traditionally taken these two certainties, death and sovereign power, and placed them center stage. But what if there's another universal that even Ben Franklin in all his brilliance ignored and overlooked? What about birth and the maternal body that makes it possible? Birth and the maternal body from which we are born are truly universal. Despite all our scientific developments, no fetus has developed independent entirely of a uterus. In addition, this biological bond to the mother is present in all our lives. Within our mitochondria, the powerhouse of the cell, there is a specific type of DNA, which is wholly inherited from our mothers, which is then inherited from their mothers, and so on. At this point, I would like to acknowledge that while not everyone who gives birth may identify as a mother or she, I will be using these terms throughout this presentation for the sake of clarity. To explore birth's importance, we must begin by looking at the erasure of birth and the mother in philosophical and political discourses, which intersect in a branch of philosophy called biopolitics, which is the theory of how power governs life itself. Biopolitical thought scrutinizes the political management of bodies and populations. One central figure in this is Michel Foucault, who exposed how power diffuses through institutions such as hospitals, schools, and prisons to discipline bodies and regulate populations. His notion of biopower, that is, the power to let live or make die, remains fairly abstract, however, and almost entirely eliding the specificity of women's bodily experiences, despite his own attempts to unmask oppression. Another figure is Giorgio Agamben, who looks at sovereign power and what he terms the state of exception, which is when normal law is suspended, and the creation of this figure of the homo sacer, or bare life. These are individuals who are stripped of their rights and can then be killed without repercussion. This is a grim image that centers on how sovereign power decides who matters politically and who can be killed with impunity. It's a powerful critique that lays bare how modern states handle life and may in fact be all the more pertinent in these next 4 years, think migrants and transphobes. But again, we see no robust account of women as women in Agamben's works. No maternal figure, bare life is ungendered, very non-specific. Women's bodily specificity isn't a focal point. Another figure is Roberto Esposito, who introduces his concepts of comunitas and immunitas, Latin terms for community and immunity, and what he terms the immunitary paradigm. This describes how societies and groups form as communities to protect themselves from foreign threats that pose a risk to and danger to their communal bodies. Pregnancy is in fact exemplary of Esposito's own immunitary paradigm, whereby the mother's body tolerates the fetus through this form of immunological negotiation. But even here, the mother and the pregnant figure, it remains conceptual, theoretical, and metaphorical. There is no actual attention paid to women's lived bodily experiences. So we have an influential French philosopher and two Italians up here, which is an interplay found throughout Italian philosophical thought, and most prominent in another area of philosophy, which is the subject of my research in Italian feminisms. So briefly, why is Italy important in this context? What makes it so unique? In Italy, we find a culture that blends the theoretical with the activist, with many feminist philosophers actively participating in grassroots movements and politics. We find the emergence and formation of feminist collective groups who run bookstores, form discussion circles, and write academic and non-academic publications. And it is here that we see the concept of plurivocità, or the multitude of voices, which becomes so fundamental. The woman mother thus reappears not as a silent victim, but as a manifold speaking subject. Not just one woman or mother, but many, each with her own story, autonomy, fight, and relationship to birth. So at this point, we ask, why is birth so important to this? Well, there are three main reasons, two of which we've already briefly looked at. One, it's an overlooked beginning. We're all born. It's the beginning of new life, new possibilities, new relationships. It highlights the maternal neglect that has so often been ignored in philosophical and political discourses. But thirdly, it provides a generative counterbalance. By reclaiming birth, we would reframe politics around fostering and sustaining life instead of restraining and ending it. A new generative ethic could profoundly affect the way we approach governance and governing itself. For this generative ethic, we turn to Italian feminist philosophers, again, with a bit of French sprinkled in. The first figure is Luce Irigaray, who is Belgian-French, but is very active in the Italian contexts. She condemns Western culture's matricide, which is the symbolic murder or ignoring of the maternal figure. She calls for a horizontal transcendence, whereby we acknowledge each other's differences, particularly men and women, without subordinating either. And she centers on the mother as the source of creation and creativity. Carla Lonzi, who is perhaps the closest representation of the radical feminist that we would consider today, denounces patriarchy's appropriation of women's sexuality through forced procreation. Through her own polemical writing, she argued for each woman as an individual to choose motherhood on their own terms, if at all. And Luisa Muraro, who introduces her symbolic order of the mother, and rites of loving the mother, which recenters the mother's generative role, not as a passive womb, but as an originary presence that shapes both subjectivity and language itself. She, similar to her close friend Irigaray, sees the mother as integral to human social life, being the, quote, author of life. And finally, we have the collective Diottima, a female feminist philosophical community, which was formed in the 1980s under the stewardship of Muraro, among others, and emerged from the Libreria delle Donne, or the women's bookstore in Milan, which is still in operation today. They took their name from the figure from Plato's Symposium, Diottima, who is considered the mother of Socrates' own philosophical inquiry and insight, who in turn is widely considered one of the foundational figures in Western philosophy. This is a collective that's dedicated to innovative ways of thinking about language, relationships, and the maternal. With a broad array of interdisciplinary publications, the group itself insists that philosophy owes a debt to the maternal and a maternal principle, one that must no longer be denied or ignored. So with all this, why is this so important? Because the potency of Italian feminisms and plurivocità is not limited to the borders of Italy or even France. And this theoretical generative ethic is being advocated for by women across the globe. Of course, activism is very well and strong in Italy today, with women-led mass movements as recent as 2022 and 23, and even in this country in 2017 and 2022. But it extends beyond that into the United Kingdom, in Ireland and Northern Ireland, in Australia, beyond the English-speaking world, in Mexico, in Poland, in the global south, in India, Nigeria, Kenya, even in places where protesting is not legally protected and women literally risk their lives and livelihoods, such as in Myanmar, Iran, and Afghanistan. The maternal presence isn't new, so this talk's title, Mother Has Arrived, is a little misleading. She's always been here, she's always birthed us, she's always spoken to us, she's always labored to bring us into existence. What's truly arriving is our awareness, a renewed cultural and philosophical attention to her significance. Hearing the global chorus of plurivocità, we can recognize that birth is both biological and political, and finally listen to the voices of mothers, non-mothers, daughters, and women alike, who have long been speaking. It is birth, the mother, and her infinite presence who stands at the beginning of every person and every story, shaping our shared human condition. Thank you. Is alive? I didn't know. That's crazy. Like some hot miking, sorry. Cool. Hey everyone, how's it going? Who here has used Duolingo? Raise your hands. Okay, over 50%. Who here could accomplish like a basic task in the language that you've studied, like ordering a sandwich? Okay, less. What about something more complex? Chit-chat with a turtle? No? What about reading a whole book in that language? As a comparative literature scholar, this is what language has to do for me. My research looks at literary production and Eastern European and Russian migrants to Brazil, which means I'm reading dozens of texts like these. So although today my talk isn't about my literary research, it nonetheless concerns a fundamental skill that enables doing innovative work that bridges disparate cultures and literary histories. Maybe a visual will help. It's the late 19th century. Poles are coming to Brazil. This is often the Sao Paulo, where it's not only a booming coffee economy, but also racist efforts by the Republic of the United States of Brazil. That's right, there were two United States for a time, was trying to intentionally whiteify their country, especially after slavery was abolished in 1888. Soon after came Ukrainians, then Russians, then Lithuanians, and of course in Brazil they speak Portuguese. But people don't stay in Sao Paulo. They end up going south, where there's tons of Germans and Italians. But I don't yet speak Italian. But these migrants also have relatives speaking Spanish in Argentina and Uruguay. And I might need English to write this whole dissertation. And then beyond this, I also learn languages for funsies, such as French, Swedish, and Finnish. But I can let you in on a secret. I don't actively speak all 11 languages. That'd be really hard. What I do is I prioritize maintaining a strong reading ability in all of them. Only when I have a trip planned do I work on speaking. What I chiefly want to do today is demystify the process of how a once monolingual, once pre-med student learned to read in 10 languages in just 5 years. It's not cool and sexy like Duolingo, but virtual achievements and that haunting are getting us nowhere. Despite its guided courses, Duolingo makes things a lot more complicated than they need to be. Unlike science or literature, which contain countless variables, language learning only has two at a baseline: vocab and grammar. Once you memorize the grammatical rules, including phonetics, how things are pronounced, and you can recall the words, congrats, you can read and eventually speak. I'll prove it to you. Here is a step-by-step breakdown of how I plan to learn my next language, Norwegian. First, break down the components of a language. How do words get structured to produce meaning? Second, how can I break down the structure into its most atomized parts? Third, what are the most important words in that language? What do I need in 90% of conversations or to write an email? Fourth, practice. And how can I do this that both maximizes my time and my pleasure? If you're picking up another language, as a monolingual speaker, you'll simultaneously be learning how grammar operates, which is actually kind of beautiful. You'll learn how cruel and evil English's verb tenses are. Norwegian has two official forms, bokmål and nynorsk. It seems like bokmål is more popular, so we're going to stick with that one today.
I begin by identifying the fundamental grammatical aspects. I start literally with Wikipedia. And if something's not clear, I find a textbook or grammar website for more details. I approach this just how I studied basic science. Oh my God, is that the Krebs cycle? Just like how we need to know these components to get an early understanding of how to make energy, there too are key aspects to produce a language. Each component may get a little more complicated, and new factors will arise, but the core remains the same. In Norwegian, the most important grammatical aspects are nouns, pronouns, adjectives, verbs, and numerals. If you just memorize information on these 5 screenshots, you can do a ton with this language. Like the Krebs cycle, grammar is just input, output. Allow me to be vulgar with our dear friend fumerate to explain Norwegian plurals. Fumerate is the word dog, hund. H2O are its important features. Masculine, and because Norwegian demands that we assign nouns either definite or indefinite, let's say the dog. The grammar is our enzyme, fumerase. And our output is hune. When studying, I convert this into flashcards. Why is it? Okay. Maybe not. I convert this into a flashcard where I'll have on the top, it'll say masculine, plural, definite nouns on one side, and the back side it'll say na, converting that rule, the input-output, into a basic form. This is how I begin. I break down all of those screenshots into those bite-sized chunks on those flashcards. While reviewing grammar, I start adding my vocab cards. While this might seem mindless at first, it's actually so important. I identify the 2,000 words literally just using a list of the 2,000 highest frequency words in English. Then I use a translator to find their equivalent, confirm its accuracy on a website like Wiktionary, make the vocab card. It really hates these screenshots. And especially if a language has a regular pronunciation, I'll actually record my own audio onto the digital Anki flashcard. I also like to use Anki because the way it's structured is that you review cards at regular intervals, where the more you mess up, the more the card will occur, and the more you correctly recalling that word, the longer the delay time. So for example, for Swedish today, I'll be reviewing 10 new cards and 63 old ones. 5 years ago, this would have taken me about 20 minutes. Now it's about 10. So to do some math here, if we have 100 cards for grammar and about 2,000 cards for vocab, then you can get a really strong basis in any language just doing 10 cards a day for just over half a year. After these 2,100 words, you have a great 2,100 cards. You have a great base that makes engagement with the language and practice so much more pleasurable. The rest of your flashcards will come after seeing the words in whatever pleasurable content whatever kind of content you crave, whether it's news articles, TV, both trashy and snobby, or maybe learn the lyrics of your favorite 1990s Eurodance pop album. I won't judge. The nice thing is that now that you have a strong base, you only have to learn 1 to 2 new words per sentence, made even simpler by a confident grasp of the grammar. And of course, because I'm talking to a room of nerds, the best practice is always getting out into the world and finding some nice, and most importantly, patient friends to practice with. I'll end by noting that this polyglottal life I have used to be entirely unimaginable. I was a first-generation college student, and to this day, my mom's never left the country. But a few mentors showed me that language learning was an accessible way for me to expand my world, and I hope the presentation has convinced you that your struggles with verb conjugations are more likely the fault of Duo and not yourself. Thank you. Okay. Thanks.
When you hear the word crowdfunding, you probably think about the internet, about online platforms that connect people with shared interests, and they raise money by collecting a lot of small individual donations from across a big community. Crowdfunding is an essentially modern concept, and it's a product of the digital age. The word crowdfunding has only been around for about 20 years. And yet, even though the word is new, the concept behind crowdfunding, the core principle, goes back at least 2,000 years to the cities of ancient Greece. Greek city-states had their own version of crowdfunding, which was called the epidosis. When a city needed to raise money, they put out an open call for donations, and people pitched in whatever they could afford. After all the money was collected, the city would then set up a stone monument and honor the donors by inscribing all their names and what they donated. This was a really effective and a really versatile way to raise money, and they used it for all kinds of things, sometimes to build new city walls or to construct a new gymnasium, but also to cope with emergencies, like supplying food during a grain shortage or raising a ransom to free captive citizens. But crowdfunding wasn't just about raising money. It was also about affirming an ideology of equality and civic duty and neighborly cooperation. Many Greek city-states were democracies and took pride in making all their decisions through an egalitarian process. The epidosis puts these principles into practice. Money is raised by the people for the people, and the monument set up afterwards serves to celebrate the spirit of cooperation that brings the community together. Crowdfunding is therefore a two-sided coin. Sometimes these two goals are working together, and sometimes they're in tension. There's a great example of the synergy between these goals on Penn's campus, in the footbridge across Locust Walk. The class of 1949 generational bridge is sponsored not by a single individual, but by dozens of individual alumni who come together to fund one project in common. Their names are inscribed all over the bridge as a way of recognizing those contributions. Just like in ancient Greece, this arrangement has a dual purpose. On the one hand, building a bridge costs money, and so the funds are fulfilling a practical need. But at the same time, the bridge is representing a shared set of values and celebrates the way that lots of people join together in service of a common goal for the community. In ancient Greece, the epidosis monuments come in all shapes and sizes, and because the goal is to involve the whole community, they often tend to be hundreds of lines long. This means they can be dense and pretty boring, and so they don't get a lot of attention from scholars. But I hope to show you that if we look at them a little more closely, we can start to find some clues as to how these ancient communities are thinking about crowdfunding and what it does. One thing that stands out is the choice of formatting. Some of them go with a tabular layout, kind of like an Excel spreadsheet. You can instantly tell that it's a list, and the names and numbers are in separate columns, and it's really neat. In other cases, the inscription list is just a wall of text. The numbers and names are in a big jumble, and it's hard to tell what's heads and what's tails. If we color code these two examples, it becomes even clearer. If you want to find your name on the left-hand monument or see who gave the biggest donation, it's really easy. All you have to do is skim up and down the columns until you find what you need in a few seconds. On the right side, however, that doesn't work at all. The names are split by line breaks, and the numbers are scattered all around. If you want a specific piece of information, you have no choice but to read through the whole thing. So why these different choices when one is obviously so much easier? What we're seeing here is a tension between the two sides of the epidosis, the finances and the values. The spreadsheet method highlights the numbers and lets you scrutinize individual people. The wall of text, on the other hand, contains exactly the same information, but presents it in a way that suppresses the numbers and makes everything blur together. The point becomes not what any one person did, but what the community was able to achieve by working together. So these monuments are actually telling stories about how these communities wanted to see themselves. And in most cases, they're trying to tell stories of equality and cooperation and patriotic spirit. Sometimes they do this in interesting ways, though. This list from Athens uses the spreadsheet layout, but with a twist. Donations were capped at 200 drachmas per person. The result is that everybody gave the same amount, and even though this layout usually accentuates differences, this monument gives a powerful picture of equality. Of course, capping donations means raising less money, but in this case, the Athenians were willing to sacrifice those extra funds so that the monument would better reflect the egalitarian values of their democracy. The same tension between finances and ideology shows up in the sequencing of the lists. Greek culture was extremely competitive, so people were always trying to be at the top of the list, but the criteria for getting there change on a case-by-case basis. Sometimes the list was ordered by the size of the donation, and on other times, the donations were listed in chronological order. In both cases, the choice of sequence creates different kinds of competition among the citizens. Listing by amount gets people to compete by giving as much money as they possibly can. If you want to be at the top, you better have a lot of money ready. Of course, only the richest citizens have a chance at this. This strategy stokes competition among elites, and it brings in some huge donations. But the monument then tells a story of economic inequality and social hierarchies. The rich are on the top, and the poor are on the bottom. The chronological list rewards speed and enthusiasm above all. Whatever you have, give it quickly, and you might just be at the top. This kind of crowdfunding isn't geared towards huge individual donations, but rather tries to involve as many people as possible. It may raise less money than the other strategy, but the monument tells a story that rejects hierarchies of wealth and treats every citizen the same. Once again, we see how Greek cities were constantly trying to balance between the two sides of crowdfunding, the finances and the values. There were trade-offs on both sides. Sometimes they cared more about the money than the optics, but other times they decided to crowdfund in a way that prioritized democratic values over money. Now, I hope I've convinced you that these monuments that might look boring are actually telling us important stories about what these ancient communities valued, and importantly, how these values fit into their financial decisions. But as you leave here today, I hope you'll also keep an eye out for similar stories that are all around us. On Penn's campus, we're surrounded by plaques and signs and memorials that evoke how individuals give back to the university community. Each one of these carries its own message about what these people value about Penn. As you cross the bridge across Locust Walk, however, consider also that monuments like this are becoming less and less common. Data shows that in the last 15 years, philanthropic giving is dominated more and more by massive gifts from a few people, rather than funded by a broad base of smaller donors. At colleges and universities, there's some anxiety about what these changes mean, and people are debating now what kind of control donors should have over an institution's policies and priorities. Yet even as we grapple with these modern issues, it may be helpful to remember that we're not the first. These tensions between finances and values are as old as democracy itself. Looking at ancient Greek crowdfunding shows us that while it may be a challenge, it's nevertheless possible to fund the things that matter without compromising the values that make us who we are. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Max Stainton. I am a graduate student studying philosophy and law, and today we're going to do some legal philosophy. If that sounds daunting, don't worry. My thesis is actually really simple. If you're a non-philosopher, you're actually at an advantage here. So here's the thesis, okay? Law and morality are inextricably linked. All positively made human laws are in some way dependent upon morality. That's it. That's the idea. Therefore, to properly interpret legal doctrines, judges must look to morality to properly understand what they're deciding. So this idea is generally called natural law. It is the dominant view throughout history. Every major philosopher you've heard of believes in it. Cicero, Plato, Aristotle, Augustine, Aquinas, George Washington, Thomas Jefferson, James Madison, James Wilson, everybody who wrote our Constitution. They're all natural law theorists. That means that they think that there's this real thing called morality out in the world, and it governs how we should act. Don't kill, don't lie, don't steal, those sorts of things. And these are requirements regardless of whether we're in a state or not, regardless of whether the state is telling us to do those things or not do those things. This is contrasted to the modern view, which is called positivism, meaning the only thing that governs is what is positively written down, okay? They're agnostic about whether law and morality go together. Elena Kagan sums this up really well during her confirmation hearing. She's asked her view on natural rights. And she says, to be honest, Senator, I don't have any view about natural rights outside of the Constitution. That's positivism. So, why might we believe in natural law? Well, let's start with an easier question. Why are you here today? Not in some big metaphysical, esoteric sense, but practically, like, why did you come to this event today? Maybe you're here to support a friend who's presenting. Maybe you care a lot about learning a new language. Or maybe you're a professor and you're paid to be here. Whatever the particular reason is, the general reason why you're here is that you think this is the best way to spend your time. If you didn't, you'd be somewhere else doing something else. This is called prudence, or rationality for philosophers. If you're in the business world, you might call it marginal return. Everybody has it. We try to maximize our utility. We try to do the best thing possible for us. How do we achieve that? How do we have the good life? Well, if you believe in moral realism, it's really easy. You just do what's morally right. Augustine defines morality as the recipe for a happy life. If you help a stranger, if you call your mom on her birthday, if you give some money and time to a cause that you care about, if you're willing to love a neighbor like yourself, you're going to have the best life possible. If you don't, if you give in to your vices, they're going to bind and constrict you, and your life's going to be worse off. So that's the whole argument. We got two premises. One is prudence, that we all act to maximize our utility, to improve human flourishing. And the second is that morality is a real thing, that the best way to maximize your life is to do the right thing. And that can lead us to our conclusion that morality is going to constrain all of our actions and all of our creations, including law, also including sports, also including fashion. All of these things have a moral goal. That's why they're created. And so to interpret them correctly, we need to do some moral reasoning. Okay, that's the theory, that's the whole thing. Does it happen in practice? Yes, we see this in moral laws where they are explicitly referring to this concept. We see them in immoral laws where judges are trying to counteract that. And we see it in amoral laws where you wouldn't really expect this to show up, like traffic law. So let's start with moral laws. Natural rights, that's a huge concept in American law. And we see it most explicitly stated in the 9th Amendment. The enumeration in the Constitution of certain rights shall not be construed to deny or disparage others retained by the people. Okay, that's great, but I'm a judge. How do I know which other rights to protect? Well, I have to do moral reasoning. I have to know which are natural rights that would be protected. Similarly, the 14th Amendment guarantees equal protection of the law. Okay, great, we've got this moral provision in there, equality. That's a good value that we all want to uphold. But if you just look at the text, equal protection, you don't know if you should achieve equality by raising the lowly up or by tearing down the powerful. But time and again, we see courts raising up the lowly by ending segregation, by giving us rights to privacy, by guaranteeing stuff like the right to abortion. The point here is not that you agree with the moral outcome of these cases. If you like gay marriage, you probably don't like robust gun laws like we see in the Heller case. The point is that judges are doing moral reasoning because it's required to understand what's going on in the laws. We also see this with immoral laws, chief example in American history being slavery, of course. Now, do judges sit there with a decision and say, I'm going to overturn all the rules that protect slavery? No, because they have some deference in their role. So judges are doing moral reasoning, so are legislatures, the voice of the people. And judges generally refer to the people on what is the morally right thing to do. But they nip around the edges when they can. So if American forces capture a French ship engaged in the slave trade, judges say, unconstitutional, can't do it. Why? Because it's repugnant to the great principles of Christian duty, the dictates of natural religion, the obligations of good faith and morality, and the eternal maxims of social justice. It's wrong. That's why it's prohibited, natural law. We also see this, again, surprisingly, in the amoral law section, stuff like traffic laws. So People versus Marsh, this is a California case where two cars pull up to an intersection. They both stop at a red light, and one car, light turns green. A car zooms in front of the other one, turns left, keeps going before the other car can even get off the line. If you live in Philadelphia, this has happened to you. It's very frustrating, very unsafe, not a fun time. The text of the statute about what you're supposed to do at a stoplight says that you aren't allowed to turn left when traffic is approaching. That's the language in there. But the other car isn't approaching. It's stopped at the line. And if you look back at the legislative history, the California legislature actually put in language that said is stopping or has stopped, and they took it out. So if you're a judge and you're just looking at the text, you're just looking at the law, and all you have is this is approaching language, and you know that they could have put in or has approached, and they chose not to, what should you think? You should think this is legal. You should think that it's perfectly legal at this, when the light turns green to zoom across and cut their person off. Is that what courts say? No, of course not. This seems like such a patently bad idea that it would be insulting to ascribe it to the legislature, and we will not. Judges can't help but to engage in moral reasoning, either when there's an immoral law, a moral law, or an amoral law. It's part of the fiber of being a judge. It's part of what law is. It's part of what all of our systems are. They are designed to maximize human flourishing. All laws are made with moral goals, because governments seek the improvement of their nations. This is how it has to be. So for judges to correctly interpret human-made laws, they must engage in moral reasoning to determine their legal content. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Max. Let me ask you to give these wonderful scholars a round of applause. That wraps up the humanities presentations, but our social science panel will begin in just a few minutes, so please stay tuned. Welcome, everyone. If you're standing outside, please have a seat, grab something to eat. If you're just joining us, I'm Beth Wenger, the Associate Dean for Graduate Studies, and Maurice and Josephine Berg, Professor of History. Welcome to the Social Sciences session of our 9th annual Penn Grad Talks. Social scientists examine what it means to be a social being, ranging from human behavior and brain function to large-scale social movements, to demographics, economics, and politics. Penn's social scientists are studying issues that impact our lives on a regular basis, and in doing so, they help to create better institutions and systems that affect people's lives every day. Today, you'll hear from 5 students. Tayyiba Batul of Anthropology will deliver a talk called "We Won't Fail in the Practical: Narratives from an Urban Forest in Pakistan." Michael Lachansky of Demography and Sociology will discuss the organizational demography of the U.S. public sector 2002 to 2022. Lauren Palladino of Political Science takes on the topic, "The Gender Gap in Political Tolerance," explaining women's attitudes towards free expression. Bridget Pryl of History and Sociology of Science examines our closest cousins, laboratory chimpanzees in HIV/AIDS research, and historicizing compassion. And finally, Alberto Ramirez de Aguiar of Economics will present on debt inflation and government reputation. Since this event is a competition, we'll also have 3 judges who will be selecting one of these speakers as a winner, and they're sitting in the back today. They are Aman Husbands, Mitchell J. Blute, and Margot Crody-Blute, Presidential Assistant Professor of Biology, Sophie Silver, Earth and Environmental Science graduate student, and Catherine Unger Bailey, Director of the Environmental Innovations Initiative. Their selections will be made on the basis of content and presentation and on how well each presenter does at making their work accessible and engaging to people who are not specialists in their field. You'll also be able to cast your own vote for the Audience Choice Award by scanning the QR code that you see behind me. Please note that you can only vote once per category. The speaker getting the most votes across the 4 categories will win the $500 prize. The winners in each category will be announced at the award reception at 5:15 this afternoon in the museum's Sphinx lobby. I also invite you all to come to celebrate our finalists and our winners today. And finally, if you are posting, and we hope you will, on social media, please don't forget to share your comments about the lectures today using the hashtags Penn Grad Talks, Penn SAS, and SassGov. And now, please join me in welcoming our social science speakers and enjoy the talks.
Hi, everyone. When we think of forests, our imagination may conjure up a metaphorical, scary, dark woodland, or a lively image of green trees and undergrowth, or an expansive landscape inhabited by wild animals or a dinosaur or 2. Beyond these descriptive constructions, our understanding of a forest are also socially mediated. One of the ways we place forests in our society is by focusing on the role they play in creating a livable and healthy environment. For instance, trees produce oxygen. In a time of anthropogenic climate change, forests act as carbon sinks by sequestrating excess carbon dioxide from the atmosphere. Climate change is a serious matter for everyone, and especially Pakistan, a country with over 240 million people. The catastrophic effects of climate change have manifested in the forms of glacial outbursts, heavy rains and floods, forest fires, and intense droughts. The intensity and frequency of these incidents place the country among the top 5 places most vulnerable to the effects of climate change. But that's not all. High rates of urbanization have also caused concerns over air quality, smog, and annual heat waves. This confluence of climate and environmental distress has translated into demands for the government to do more about the situation and to do it quickly. In response, the government has turned back to the forests to provide a solution. Since 2019, the government of Pakistan has been working to develop and promote urban forests around Pakistan's cities, modeled after a Japanese afforestation method called the Miyawaki urban forest. This method was invented by the gentleman on the screen, Akira Miyawaki, a Japanese botanist who found out that there was a way to grow a forest that could be self-sustaining in as few as 5 years. The reason the Miyawaki method became popular in the city is not only that it is a forest, but rather that it is a tiny forest. A Miyawaki urban forest could be grown in a small plot of land, as small as this auditorium. But it requires a lot more preparation and inputs than a simple planting a tree in the soil. Before the saplings can be planted, the soil has to be prepared with rice husk, cocoa peat, manure, all the things that will revitalize the soil. The species planted in the forest are always have to be native to the region. There has to be sufficient water. This technique is expensive, and it takes a huge cost to set it up, even though the substantial cost of running it in the long term might reduce. But with every action, the question that haunts both policymakers and experts is, will these urban forests really have a lasting environmental impact? When I started my research on the Miyawaki method in Pakistan's cities, I was not only trying to understand the long-term impact, but also the immediate impact. How was a Japanese model for afforestation being adapted and integrated into local practices of cultivating nature in the city? Across Rawalpindi in Islamabad, I visited and observed 20 Miyawaki sites. I talked to horticulturalists, foresters, botanists, environmentalists to understand if this method would work. For the experts, there was a fair amount of skepticism. For foresters, this wasn't really a forestry technique. It did not produce timber or other forest products. For horticulturalists, a forest is not a befitting site to green the city. The aesthetic just doesn't fit. The expert perspectives on the Miyawaki method diverged from the state's emphasis, but that still did not tell me exactly what meanings, forms, and identity was the forest taking on. Next, I spent some time at the Miyawaki urban forest site in Rawalpindi. I talked and walked and worked along gardeners who were looking after the forest. They had also established a small nursery next to the site where they could grow saplings and populate species from the forest. In the hierarchy of power and bureaucracy, gardeners were only seen as workers who did as they were told. Without formal education or professional qualifications, their role in environmental projects is often marginalized. Most of these gardeners or garden workers have little formal education beyond middle school. They learn the craft by spending their lives working in different green spaces, parks, gardens, meridians, across the city to grow plants, collect seeds, trim bushes, cut grass, plant trees, dig soil, remove pests, and heal diseased leaves. Their everyday practices are tactile, haptic, and sensorial. When I was with the gardeners, I realized that how the Miyawaki urban forest adapts to local conditions is not about who claims expertise over this method, but rather who is doing the work of making it. When I asked Ayub, one of the gardeners, what he thought about the Miyawaki method and creating a forest in the city, he told me, here is the thing. In the world of books, we are unlearned. We don't have any idea. But for any practical work, if Allah wills, we will not say that we cannot do this. The practical here is the act of knowing nature through the work they do and making forests, whether it's making forests in the city or working in the nurseries or around in other green spaces. The practical is a knowledge that gardeners grow in over many years. Ayub is close to 50 in age and has been working as a gardener for at least half of his life. He grew up in Murray, surrounded by forests. When he came to the city, he had to learn the skills and really embody the attention to the types of different species, the different seasonal patterns, what grows, how stem, bark, leaves, and flowers change color. The work is manually intensive and often precarious. Once Ayub had to take a month off to recover from dengue virus, most likely contracted from the mosquitoes surrounding the dense vegetation. To not fail in the practical tells us that the work of cultivating, nature in the city is about looking at how different types of knowledge and practices make sure that the Miyawaki method can settle and adapt within the existing setting. When horticulturalists and foresters continue to debate on whether or not the Miyawaki method aligns with their expertise, the gardeners could at least answer all the ways in which they were able to see the Miyawaki forest making a place for itself in the city. They collected fruits, seeds, and cuttings from the forest. They saw that the forest brought in birds, and they also observed how the forest became a haven for a dervish who had no other place to live. So what are 3 things that we can take away from the narrative? First, the forest is not just a biophysical landscape. If anything, the Miyawaki urban forest tells us that forests are socially alive, and it comes down to how we look, act, or work with the forest. Second, if policymakers are to use trees and forests as saviors in environmental and climate action, they have to focus on ways of knowing beyond formal experts. They must look at the people on ground whose actions, experiences, and everyday encounters reveal the impacts and adaptations of models from elsewhere. Lastly, narratives are important. Our understanding of big environmental or urban challenges cannot be reduced to the number of trees planted or marking vulnerability as a headline. For scholars of cities and environments, we must be intentional in foregrounding alternate ways of knowing and claiming expertise about the human and non-human worlds that we inhabit. Thank you. Good luck.
Great. I can start? Great. All right, so today we're going to be talking a little bit about the organizational demography of the US public sector from 2002 to 2022. What does that mean? So basically it tries to answer the question, how long does the typical job last in the public sector or the private sector? Why do we care about this? One thing is that many firms, corporations, organizations in general have these pension plans that are very linked to how long workers have spent with your firm. And to calculate the burden of these pension plans, you need to know how many workers am I going to have that have 10 years or more of experience, 20 years more of experience, and so on. Also, how many workers are we going to hire in 1 year, 5 years, 10 years? Questions like this require a principled answer that more or less involves calculating what's the probability that someone who's currently with us is going to be here in 1 year, 5 years, or 10 years. Finally, people I think are interested in trying to benchmark different organizations. Right now, the current administration believes that federal workers have exorbitant privilege compared to workers in the private sector. Is there anything to this? Well, we can actually give an answer, based on data that's out there. Okay, so that's what I'm trying to do here. Also, we have a sense about good managers and bad managers. A good manager is someone that can inspire workers to stay with an organization for a long period of time, at least in most published literature in economics and sociology. On the other hand, a bad manager would be someone who loses workers quite frequently. And this leads to this notion of a good match and a bad match. Good matches, workers who match well, often are thought to have more worker power, so something like a unionization agreement, or have a special skill that makes them valuable. Also, they have to spend less time searching for new work. So there's a sense in which workers that have higher expected tenures, in some sense, are advantaged in other aspects of their lives. Okay, so the answer to this question I posed at the beginning for the private sector and the federal government and the state and local public sector is nobody knows. None of the statistics that are released by any of these agencies are appropriate for calculating expected tenure. Certainly at the federal government level, this is true. There are some innovative state and local governments that have tried to answer this kind of question. They'll have someone like me who has a PhD in demography or sociology floating around. But in general, nobody really knows. The government does release statistics on like, what's the fraction of people that have 1 year or more of experience or 5 years or more of experience? And this is not generally appropriate for answering the question about what the expected tenures are, for the same reason you can't use information about the age within a population to make inferences about things like life expectancy. So for instance, in Japan, the average age is 50, which is pretty high, but the life expectancy is actually 80. So there's really no clear way to go from one set of statistics to the other. Okay, so I published some papers that actually do answer this kind of question using these repeated tenure statistics to make inferences about the expected tenure at the organizational level for the US private sector, for different race, education, and sex groups. And what I do in this project is try to apply these tools to the study of the public sector at the federal level and the state and local sector. And to do that, I'm going to focus on 3 summary statistics. So one summary measure is E0. It's basically very much akin to life expectancy. What's the expected tenure of a new job? We can also condition after being with 1 year with an employer. That's our E1 statistics. Okay, so for E1, if you've been with an employer for 5 years, how many more years are you going to be with them? That would be something like E5. And the same thing applies for E1. There's another statistic that's a little bit less common that I'm going to present, which is the conditional probability of a lifetime job. So that says you've been with an employer for 5 years. What's the probability that you're going to spend 15 or more years with that same employer? And this is really important for learning about things like pension burden, and also just a sense of the fact that these are people who don't have to change jobs that much because they're spending 20-year stints at the same place. So we have some expectations about what we're going to find even before we look at the data. One thing we can say is that in the public sector, there's civil service merit hiring protections in general, although those are being reduced now. There's lower hiring manager discretion in general, although I think that there's changes to that process right now. And also there's much higher unionization rates in general than in the private sector. So all of this leads to the expectation that there's going to be more longer tenure jobs, longer tenure expectancy in the public sector than in the private sector. When we look at individual features, workers in the federal government tend to have more education. That's also true in the state and local public sector. They have more generous pension plans. And also there's some aspect of employee self-selection and a preference for job stability. On the other hand, when we look at the federal public sector versus the state and local public sector, it's not so clear. In general, there's stronger merit protections in the public sector. Public sector workers are more educated on average, and they have a little bit more average generous pension plan. At the state and local public sector, there are some states and localities that are a little bit better than the federal government pension. On the other hand, the state and local public sector has greater unionization, which leads to them having longer expected tenures, and there's a little bit more discretion for hiring, and it's not clear if there's any data out there on self-selection and preferences. So this is a question about which there's really no research done because there's no theoretical framework to guide expectations one way or the other. Okay, so let's talk about what we find. When we look at expected tenure at hiring in the private sector, it's about 2 years. So what that means is that a typical job in the private sector is going to last about 2 years. This is averaging things like professors and people who are working at McDonald's. So across all of the non-public sector, it's about 2 years. When we look at the state and local sector, it's about 5 years. When we look at the federal government sector, it's very noisy, but it's about 9 years, give or take. When we look at the expected tenure after 1 year on the job, the gaps actually grow a lot. And that's because a lot of these things like unionization protections and merit protections actually kick into effect. In the most recent round of firings from the DOJ, they really focused on workers who were on probation with less than 1 year of experience. But they have a more difficult time touching workers with 1 or more years of experience because those workers are eligible for merit protections and also seniority protections through the union. And we can see that at least prior to 2020, these have huge impacts. The expected tenure of a worker in the federal government who's been there for 1 year is 13 years. They'll spend 13 more years at the exact same office that they were in before. At the state and local level, it's about 10 years, and in the private sector, it's about 4 years. So these gaps actually grow, and you can really see the mechanisms that we talked about earlier. Finally, When we look at the conditional probability of a lifetime job, we see the exact same kinds of gaps, so it really doesn't matter that much what kind of statistic we look at. They all tell the same story. In this case, the conditional probability of a lifetime job for a worker in the federal government is about 60%, which means that if you spent 5 years or more with your employer, you're likely to spend at least 15 more years. For reference, for tenure, your odds of making tenure at a typical university that's in the R1 is about 50%. So federal government workers actually have pretty good odds. It's a little bit more generous than the tenure track for the academics in the room. The state and local government's a little less generous. It's about 50%, so it's very comparable to the federal level, a little bit lower. And then in the private sector, it's only 30%. So if you know your mom or dad and they've been with their employer for 5 years, there's about a 30% chance that they'll be with that same employer for the next 15 years. Okay, so we have some conclusions from this endeavor. First of all, the naive intuition that workers in the public sector do in fact have more stable jobs and careers than workers in the private sector was true. No one had checked it before. I checked it. It's pretty formal. That's pretty much solved, I would say. If you have any comments, questions, or suggestions, feel free to email me at mikelatch@sas.upenn.edu. Thank you.
All right. So, for more than a year now, Penn's campus, as well as so many others across the country, have been grappling with issues surrounding free speech and the right to free expression. So not just here in Philadelphia, but we've been asking lots of questions surrounding the ongoing conflict in Palestine about who gets the right to speak, who gets the right to protest, where and when. And this is just one illustrative case. There are examples on both the political left and the political right about these battles over free expression. So, for example, on the right, there are efforts among Republicans to ban critical race theory in colleges and universities. On the left, there are also growing movements to limit hate speech, arguing that it should not be protected as a part of the First Amendment. And it's these very issues surrounding free speech and free expression that are closely tied to the issue at the heart of my dissertation and this talk today, and that's political tolerance. So political tolerance was a concept first defined by Samuel Stouffer in 1955 in his book about communism in the US. He wrote this book asking whether or not we as Americans should feel obligated to extend civil rights and civil liberties to communists and communist sympathizers. So today, when I say political tolerance, I'm referring to a willingness to extend civil liberties to others, regardless of their ideology or political belief. Being politically tolerant means that you're willing to put up with groups that you especially dislike. And I'm not saying that you have to agree or accept these views, but the more politically tolerant you are, the more willing you are to recognize these fundamental rights. So, as the talk suggests, I'm interested in one particular aspect of political tolerance, and that's the way that gender and political tolerance work together. So, there is a significant gender gap in this attitude where women are significantly less likely than men to endorse free expression for their least liked political groups. And this is something that's well documented in existing research. Stouffer's book from 1955 finds this to be true, research throughout the 20th century finds this to be true, and researchers today are showing this pattern exists as well. In fact, in my own research, I can demonstrate that this gap is just as present as it has ever been. So here we can see that in every time point where I ask survey participants about political tolerance, women are lower than men. We have political tolerance here on the y-axis measured from 0 to 1, where 1 is the most politically tolerant you could be. And I've plotted means and 95% confidence intervals, and the fact that those intervals never once overlap suggests that this gap is statistically significant every single time I ask these questions. So this very naturally highlights the research question at the heart of my dissertation and at the heart of this talk today. What explains women's lower levels of political tolerance and unwillingness to extend civil liberties to other groups? Now, some people have tried to answer this question in the past. Women's previous dominance of the domestic sphere is what previous researchers suggested was going on. Researchers thought that because women were typically homemakers, they didn't get exposure to political diversity, and that's what led to their diminished tolerance. Essentially, women were so busy staying home and being housewives, they never got exposed to the political other. And it was this unfamiliarity with other political groups that fostered intolerance. They wouldn't want to tolerate other people because they weren't familiar with them. And this feels incredibly dated to me, so I think we should update it, especially when we consider all of these news headlines that we're seeing that show how well women are doing outside of the domestic sphere. In fact, research is starting to highlight that women now outnumber men in the college-educated workforce. So when we read news headlines like these, I just don't think those previous theories stand true any longer. Instead, I'm going to create a new argument that all centers around the role of threat perception. So it's well known in social science research that women generally are more conflict avoidant than men. They dislike violence. They don't like the use of force. And this, in essence, is a story about what free expression looks like. It's not about gender roles, it's not about socialization, it's all about the image in people's minds. When we ask men and women about what political tolerance looks like, men are more likely to imagine something civil, peaceful, and nonviolent, while women, because they dislike conflict and arguments, are more likely to make that leap to violence and incivility. So we can test this theory. And the logic here is that if women are more likely than men to equate free expression to violence, then if we measure political tolerance in a way that minimizes perceived threat, we should close the gender gap in political tolerance. So this is an example of how we would ask participants about political tolerance. When I survey people, I ask them if there's a particular political group that they really hate. So a lot of times people will say things like racists, fascists, MAGA, or Black Lives Matter, and then I take that group and I pipe it into a bunch of questions like this one. Should members of this group be allowed to speak on a public university campus? Now, presumably, if I add a little more text to the question, like what I have here in red, we could make people feel like this group isn't an immediate threat. Should members of this group be able to speak on a campus if they promise they won't incite violence? So I ran a national survey experiment to test this theory out. I surveyed around 3,000 adults that were nationally representative of the US, and I randomly assigned them to one of those two conditions, whether it was the old version of tolerance or my version of asking the questions. And there are a couple key results here. First, this new treatment significantly reduces threat among women and not men. So I asked these respondents, do you fear that allowing this group to speak up will lead to violence? In the old condition, compared to the new condition, we see that this threat diminishes significantly among women. That gap is marked in pink up at the top. There is no statistically significant change among men. Second, I show that political tolerance also increases significantly among women. So when we measure political tolerance in the old and new conditions, we can see here in pink again, the gap or the amount of political tolerance women shows is significantly higher. It does change among men too, but if we're just looking at the raw p-values here, we see that it increases more among women than it does among men. And finally, the question I'm trying to answer with my entire dissertation is, does the gap shrink? And I'm able to show yes, it does. When we convince women that these political groups don't pose an immediate threat, the gap in political tolerance shrinks. So here in black at the top of this figure, I have the gap noted. It's statistically significant in both instances, yes, but it's smaller when we measure it in this new way. So what does this all mean? Free speech is incredibly important, and I show that the way we ask about free expression matters a ton. When we convince women that these least-liked groups don't pose an immediate danger to them, they appear to be more politically tolerant. So it's not that women dislike free speech and dislike free expression, it's all a story about the image we have in our heads. Women aren't less tolerant, they're just thinking about tolerance differently. And so in my dissertation, I'm continuing to ask these questions, and hopefully in the next year, I'll have some better answers for you. But for now, I'm hoping that this presentation today can convince us all to be just a bit more politically tolerant.
I'm Bridget Pryal, and today my talk is called Our Closest Cousins, Laboratory Chimpanzees and HIV/AIDS Research and Historicizing Compassion. So every day, each of us make decisions about animals. We think about whether we eat them or not. We decide which ones are welcome in our homes, and we might seek them out in our recreation or leisure time. So some of us might think really deeply about the ethics of making these decisions, and others of us may not. But in either case, our feelings about animals are a product of history. I think this might sound surprising initially if we think of history as sort of a specific realm of studying war, economics, power. So when we think about things that seem personal and natural, like feelings, especially about animals, we tend to think of those things as outside of history. But in this talk, I'll be discussing a very charismatic animal, the chimpanzee, that has provoked a lot of feelings, and the ways that our understanding of human difference shapes our feelings about animals. If you're skeptical about how compassion for animals, shapes history, I'll also, through the case of HIV/AIDS, talk about how strong sentiments about human and animal difference shaped, real material change, like in the federal response to the AIDS epidemic, and made permanent change in US biomedical research. So chimps had been lab animals in the US for about 60 years before the emergence of HIV. And during this time, lab chimpanzee research was mostly unremarkable to the American public. It didn't seem particularly morally troubling. For example, this is an image of a lab chimp experiment that was high stakes and dangerous in 1961, but the Life magazine article and other media representations of the flight of Ham, the space chimp, into orbit portray this as sort of a stunning Cold War scientific achievement rather than something that's an ethical dilemma. So other media portrayals, the culture of the space race, these shaped Americans' response to the experiment of Ham the chimpanzee into orbit as one of patriotic celebration and not a bioethical dilemma. This is not the case for chimp experimentation during AIDS, which shows not only how our cultural feelings about animals change over time, but how ideas about human difference critically shape our feelings about animals. So in 1984, infectious disease researchers infected chimps with AIDS for the first time, or the HIV virus. And viruses like HIV are very specific to species, so when chimps began to show an immune response to HIV, the federal government funneled AIDS funding into chimpanzee laboratory research. For example, this image comes from the National Chimpanzee Breeding Program that utilized funding for AIDS research to breed chimps for HIV research. Because of the media attention on what was in the early 80s a lethal and mysterious disease, chimps' involvement in AIDS research was covered widely in the press, like you can see here. AIDS activism also brought more public attention to chimp experimentation. AIDS activists were vocal, passionate, and organized. They drew public and government attention to the pressing issues of people with AIDS that they believed weren't getting adequate attention. In the 1970s and 1980s, genetic research had produced statistics that you've probably heard that chimpanzees are 98% genetically similar to humans. And this statistic was repeated over and over in animal rights advocacy literature against chimp AIDS experimentation. This idea that chimpanzees are humanity's closest cousin and that they don't deserve to be infected with HIV. So the director of the National Anti-Vivisection Society wrote in a newsletter, quote, "Why should anyone applaud the infliction of such a dire disease on our nearest genetic cousin, an endangered species which shares 98.6% of our DNA, especially when there are many humans afflicted with AIDS who are eager to serve as guinea pigs for further research?" Aside from humane societies, throughout the country, constituents wrote letters to their congressional representatives to share their opposition to using chimps for AIDS research. This one states, "Chimps should not have to pay for human social problems." And another citizen wrote to his congressman here that an induced disease, meaning induced in a laboratory, is totally different than one that evolves by improper living habits. AIDS principally affects gay men and those into the misuse of drugs. So these are mainstream stereotypes of AIDS as a disease of promiscuous gay men or intravenous drug users that fueled Americans' dislike for the experimental use of chimpanzees. In previous decades, chimps were used in other infectious disease research, harmful psychological research, research that didn't have many direct applications to human society. But in the strong reactions against chimpanzee HIV experimentation, we can see the blame and apathy for people with AIDS. In the late 1990s, vehement public disagreement with chimps in these kinds of experiments led to the federal government shutting down chimpanzee AIDS research. So retiring HIV-infected chimps from labs was a logistical challenge, and in 2000, the Chimp Act designated sanctuaries for former lab chimps to retire to. In the passage of this act, some congresspeople questioned providing chimps with governmental support that a lot of humans didn't have. So Sherrod Brown of Ohio said, "Providing chimpanzees with housing in a protected environment that is sensitive to their social needs, along with long-term health care and medications, is all well and good for the chimps. However, America's human citizens also deserve these benefits. It's time for this Congress to examine the public health policies that it's legislating for animals, right, and to use them as models for caring for our most valued resource, America's human citizens." Right? So Brown is pointing out that housing and essentially universal health care are being offered to former lab chimps when people across the country lack these, and that these things are in fact were part of the reason for the devastation of the AIDS epidemic. So during the height of the HIV/AIDS epidemic in the US, the idea of chimpanzees as humanity's closest cousins was a powerful argument for the protection of chimps from experimentally induced AIDS. Being almost human or genetic cousins was the rhetorical basis for why chimps should be afforded some kinds of care. But through this case of HIV/AIDS, we can also see how the category of humanity does not necessarily extend that same protection to everyone in it. As clear in the public response to chimp experimentation, not all human beings are considered morally equal, especially given drug user status or sexual difference. These made some people seem guilty of their disease, while chimpanzees seemed innocent. So I hope that this talk has offered a basis for recognizing zero-sum arguments that pit human and animal welfare against each other, and also help ensure that our efforts in the future to be compassionate towards animals do not come at the expense of already marginalized human beings. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Alberto, and I'm an economist researching topics about debt and inflation, which are two topics that are very important in a lot of countries around the world. Now, if you open any economic newspaper or financial newspaper, you'll find that a recurrent topic is how a lot of governments around the world are increasing their expenditure and therefore its debt. Now, debt is a consequence of governments funding its policies, which can have, of course, positive benefits for society. But on the other hand, high debt may lead to economic crisis, and it has been widely seen in a lot of countries, not only in Latin America, but also in Europe and Asia. Now, today I want to talk about another consequence of high debt, which is inflation. As you may know, inflation is defined as a general increase in the price of the things that we consume, goods and services. Inflation in general is thought as a bad thing because given that our wages are not that flexible, if prices increase, we are going to be able to buy less stuff with the same money that we have. Now, the one thing that you may not know is that high inflation may be a consequence of high debt. And this is because when governments have very high debt, they usually run out of resources to finance that debt, which again is financed by private households or private institutions. But when these institutions don't want to lend the government anymore, the government must find resources to pay its debt. And usually what they do is, given that the government owns the machine that prints the money, the government prints more money to pay for its debt. But if you print more money, you drop the value of the currency, and this increases the price level and therefore causes inflation. Actually, let's focus on the case of Mexico. So this is a plot where I am putting in red the debt in Mexico, and in blue, inflation. So as you can see, during the 80s, debt and inflation was very highly correlated. When inflation went up, when debt went up, inflation went up as well. And this is because in these years, the Mexican government depleted all its resources and had to pay its debt with money. After these years, the Mexican government learned its lesson and actually reformed things in order to prohibit the government to printing more money to pay its debt. And this is called monetary dominance. And basically, we can see that since the 2000s, even though debt has been going up, inflation has not responded. And this is not only a thing that has been happening in Mexico. If we take a look at a broad set of 30 emerging market economies, during the 70s and 80s, the correlation between debt and inflation was very high, so high debt meant high inflation. But nowadays, the correlation between debt and inflation is low. Now, here's where things get a little bit more interesting. If we take a look at the last 5 years, we can see that this correlation between debt and inflation has been increasing, even though today the law prohibits the government from financing its debt with money. So something else is going on that is making people worry about the potential inflation when they see high debt. That is not exactly this mechanism of currently the government printing more money. And this is where my research comes in. So basically what I want to do is I propose a theory that highlights the role of what I call government reputation. And the idea of government reputation is this belief that the agents have about their government being committed to being prudent and generating low inflation, not only now, but also in the future. So basically, the framework that I propose is an interaction between the private sector, and the main key of my model is that agents don't know for sure which type of government they have in front. The government that they have in front could be prudent, which means it's a good government that generates low debt and low inflation, or it could be imprudent, which is a government that does not care about the inflation it generates, only about managing its debt. And therefore, given that agents don't understand which type of government they're facing, they're going to wait and see what sequence of inflation and debt the government is generating and form beliefs on which type of government they think they're facing, either prudent or imprudent. And here's what's important about or novel about my theory compared to previous ones. Reputation is going to be an endogenous outcome. That means if agents see that a government is generating a lot of debt, they understand that this debt cannot be sustained forever because, again, in the past, they have seen very high debt being unsustainable and therefore leading to high inflation. So whenever agents observe a very high debt, they're going to start being worried about the fact that in the future, the government may need to resort again to money printing. And therefore, depending on the value of government reputation, this is going to induce the agents to respond in different ways. And let me give you a particular example of what I mean. If the private sector or people in the economy, us, we believe that the government has very low reputation. That means the government is going to be very bad behaving, managing their debt. Whenever we see high debt, we're going to expect a crisis in the future. And if we expect a crisis in the future, we're going to want to act now to hedge ourselves for that crisis, which means that now we're going to increase our wage demand. But if everybody does this, that's going to increase cost for firms, and that's going to generate that firms charge higher prices, which means that prices are going to go up, not because the government is actually doing something, because we as people believe that in the future the government will generate a crisis. This is what we in economics call a self-fulfilling prophecy, which is the expectation of high inflation in the future actually causes inflation to increase today. And this is going to happen whenever the government has low reputation. And it has nothing to do with the fundamentals of the economy. It's just the belief that in the future there will be a crisis that actually generates high inflation today. So basically, the theory that I present, or that I have in my dissertation, explains why the correlation between debt and inflation varies over time. When government reputation is very low, and this, we can see that it happens, for example, in Mexico, where I'm here presenting the same picture that I did before, but now I'm plotting my estimated government reputation. In the 80s, where debt and inflation were very correlated, that can only be explained by the government reputation being very, very low. But more recently, that debt and inflation has become disconnected. That has increased Mexican government reputation. Nevertheless, in recent years, we can observe that the government debt in Mexico is very similar to its levels in the 80s, which again, this is not very good news because this is signaling agents, well, maybe if the government continues to be in debt and in debt and in debt, that's going to generate a crisis. And that's why in recent years we have seen that even though the constitution in Mexico and in many other countries say that the government cannot use money to pay its debt, people are starting to be worried that this could happen in the future, and this is causing inflation to increase today, even though nothing has happened. So one of the main important messages of my work is that it's not only important for governments to have policies that generate low inflation, but to also signal people that they're committed to keep that promise in the future. Because at the end, inflation is not only about debt and money, it's also about the trust we have in the government. Thank you.
Thank you, Alberto, and join me in giving a hand to all these wonderful scholars. And that concludes our social science presentations, and we'll begin the natural science panel in just a few minutes. Please stay and join us then. Good afternoon. For those just joining us, I'm Beth Wenger. I'm the Associate Dean for Graduate Studies and Maritza and Josephine Berg Professor of History. Welcome to the Natural Sciences session of our 9th annual Penn Grad Talks. At Penn, our natural and physical scientists are pioneering new information of living organisms and natural objects through experiment, observation, and deduction. They're opening up new worlds of understanding about our environment, from what grows in the ground to what soars in space above us. They are the ones that'll help us diagnose disease, create clean energy, and pioneer our understanding of the natural world. Today, you'll be hearing from 5 students. Mei-Pi Q. Chan of linguistics will deliver a talk called When High Notes Challenge Speech, What Opera Singers Teach Us About Language. And then J.D. Edwards of Earth and Environmental Science will discuss what happens after rubber meets the road. Leonardo Ferreira Giotto of Applied Mathematics and Computational Science takes on the topic, How to Know What You Don't Know. Rachel Kniep of Physics and Astronomy examines blue energy, how water can power the planet. And finally, Marley Tandock of Psychology will present on Are You Even Listening? How kids' lack of attention helps them learn. Since this event is a competition, we're also having 3 judges with us today who'll be selecting one of these speakers as a winner. They are Paula Fomby, Edmund and Louise W. Kahn Term Professor in the Social Sciences and Associate Director of the Population Studies Center. Andres Oliveros Gonzalez, Master of Behavioral and Decision Sciences student and the winner of the Professional Masters category in this very event last year. And Lorraine Terrell, Executive Director of Communications in the school's Office of Advancement. Their selections will be made on the basis of content and presentation, and on how each presenter does at making their work accessible and engaging to people who aren't specialists in their fields. You'll also be able to cast your vote for the Audience Choice Award by scanning the QR code behind me on the screen. Please note that you're only allowed 1 vote per category. The speaker getting the most votes across the 4 categories we've had today will win the $500 prize. The winners in each category will be announced at an award reception at 5:15 this afternoon in the Sphinx lobby of the museum. And I also invite you to come there and celebrate our finalists and our winners together. Lastly, if you're posting on social media about today's lectures, and we encourage you to do that, please don't forget to use the hashtags Penn Grad Talks, Penn SAS, and SaskGov. And now, please join me in welcoming our natural sciences speakers and enjoy the talks. Come on up. Can I push this away? Or you want it?
I might need it. Where's the clicker?
You're good.
Is it this one? Imagine you're learning Cantonese. The teacher tells you to say, "Si," and you say, "Okay, si." But she said, "No, try again." Well, she said "si" and I said "si." Isn't that the same thing? Apparently not. In some of the world's languages, a change in pitch can make a whole different word. So in the case of Cantonese, si, 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 si all mean different things. And mistaking si from si might mean that you're mistaking poetry with poop. Now, why do languages make these pitches so similar to each other? Why can't it be something more like si, see. Wouldn't that be so much easier? Why can't we just make these pitch differences bigger and more distinct? Well, it seems logical, but that's not how our voices work. And to understand the reason why, let's take a look at some of the building blocks of how speech sounds are made. We begin by inhaling air into our lungs and then exhaling air. This air then enters through our vocal folds, creating a buzz-like sound. This buzz encodes information like pitch and loudness. The buzz then enters into our vocal tract, and the shapes that we make with our mouths and our tongues then adds extra information, things like vowels. There we go. And then the sound exits our mouths. And this way of thinking about speech sounds is extremely useful for speech scientists because it can help us determine which parts of our bodies are responsible for which types of speech sounds. But it comes with a catch. This way of thinking about speech suggests that our brains, our mouths, and our ears can easily isolate vowel information from pitch information. And so today I will show you with some data why this is not always true. Vowels are not independent from pitch, but instead vowels can change with pitch. In other words, today I will show you why when you are yelling across the room, you're most likely going to choose the vowel ah, but you're less likely to say ee. Specifically, our voices and ears can't easily separate vowels out at higher pitches. So even speech recognition systems like Siri and Alexa tend to have problems understanding children who speak at higher pitches. And if you like music, you might realize that it's very difficult to hear what the lyrics are at higher pitches, regardless of whether the singer is Ariana Grande or your favorite opera singer. And so I decided to run an experiment with opera singers to study how singers master vowels and pitch together. Now, to figure out what singers do with their tongues to create vowels, we need to look inside their mouths. And luckily, we can do that with ultrasound imaging. The same way as we use ultrasound probes to look for babies inside a mother's womb, we can put the ultrasound probe under speakers' chin to get a sense of what their tongue is doing. We can then trace the contour of their tongue to look at how the shapes of the tongue differs depending on what sounds they're making. And specifically, we're interested in the tongue shape because it's one of the most important determining factors of vowel sounds. So moving your tongue front and back makes a difference in vowels like E and U. So in this experiment, I asked singers to sing a range of vowels like bot, beat, boot, bet, bat, bot across their entire pitch range to see what they're doing. And this is what, on the screen, this is what we see what singers do at their lowest pitches as well as in speech. So as we can see for all of the different vowels, the tongue shape is very, very distinct. But what about for higher pitches? If we add an extra line showing a higher and higher note, we can see that the tongue position is actually slowly changing as the pitch increases. So this goes to say that when the pitch gets very high in the yellow regions, all of the vowels start looking very similar to each other. And we can also stack the different vowels on top of each other to see what's going on. So as we can see at lower pitches, all of the vowels look very different, but at higher pitches, all of the vowels start overlapping with each other. Now that tells us a lot about what the professional singers do. But what about amateurs or non-singers? Well, I ran the same exact experiment with over 20 participants, and I found the exact same thing. Even participants who are not trained singers have the intuition that when they're reaching a higher note, they have to lower their tongue body. So this goes to say that it is part of speakers' knowledge of voice production that pitch and vowels interact as part of an integrated system. And this finding changes how we think about speech science. For many years, the study of pitch and speech has focused on lower pitched speech. And we've assumed that the way vowels and pitch behave in these voices represents how speech works in general. But what if we're missing half the picture? What if we're overlooking some experiences of certain speaker demographics, like children, or certain speech contexts, like yelling, or sounding very excited, or singing? By expanding the way we study speech, we can build better linguistic theories that truly reflect the diversity of human voices. So what does all of this mean? First, the way we use pitch and vowels is not random. It is shaped by the limits of our voices. Languages have to operate within a pitch range where both vowels and tones can still stay distinct. And so that's why simply exaggerating pitch differences like C and C doesn't actually make things easier. It might make things worse. Second, the sciences can learn a lot from the arts. Musicians have spent centuries mastering techniques about the human voices, having intuitions about problems that speech scientists are only beginning to understand. And so paying attention to what the humanities and the arts and other fields have to offer might help us uncover some new insights that challenge long-held assumptions about how human voices really work. And third, it is important to consider more diverse speech contexts. High-pitched speech isn't rare. From children to public speaking, to yelling, to singing, understanding how pitch interacts with the rest of language structure is just the beginning. And the more we study real, diverse, natural voices, the better our linguistics theories and speech technology can become. And lastly, next time you're trying to belt out a high note at karaoke, try moving your tongue. It might help you reach that dream high note. Thank you.
Okay, let's do this. Hi, so when I was first visiting Penn, I took this picture 5 years ago. I was in an Uber and I was so excited because I was visiting campus for the first time. So I was trying to sneak this picture and it was kind of really awkward, but I did it. And little did I know that just a few years later, I would be out on that exact same bridge with sometimes a broom, a dustpan, and even our trusty vacuum named Vincent in hand. Now, when we're out on the roads like this, we're looking for something called road dust. It's all that gunk that accumulates on our streets. And as it turns out, this dust has a bigger story to tell about the other side of vehicle pollution. See, when we think about vehicle pollution, we often think towards things like fossil fuel emissions, and for good reason. That's a major concern for decades, and we've been making great strides in addressing it. However, there's an invisible pollutant that we've been missing a little bit, and that's what I searched for inside this road dust. They're tiny little particles made from rubber, tire wear particles. These particles are made from whenever we drive. So every time we get in a car, whether we turn, whether we accelerate, whether we brake, our tires begin to shed these tiny little pieces. But they're not just rubber either. Tires are made of synthetic polymers, so they can be classified as microplastics. And they're actually one of the most abundant microplastics in the environment. Further, they have a lot of toxic additives, some of which have been linked to massive salmon die-offs in the Pacific Northwest. That means these little particles are becoming a major concern for environmental and human health. And as we know, cars aren't going anywhere anytime soon. So it's up to us to begin thinking comprehensively and address the full scope of vehicle pollution, including our tiny particles. So today, let's uncover what really happens after rubber meets the road. Now, to get there, we had to do some interesting types of field collections. It involved late nights, early mornings, even intense rainstorms. My lab mates and I, over the time of it, decided that we were Philadelphia's road dust ghostbusters, and we were doing our civic duty by helping them clean up the streets. Along the way, we got a few strange looks, but with every sample that we collected, it brought us closer to questions that we needed to answer. Things like, where are these accumulating, and in what amounts? We looked at over 15 different sites, and in every single one of them, we found these tire particles. And we found them in massive amounts. Let's just take Walnut Street Bridge, for example. We have one sample, and we found 0.3 grams of tire particles in it. Now, I know this might not sound like much, but when you consider that our bridge is 128 meters with accumulation on both sides, and our sample spot was just a 1 meter square, over a week, we accumulate up to 80 grams of tire particles. Now, in a single year, that 80 grams can become 9 pounds. So one bridge in one small city, 9 pounds of tire particles. Globally, our tire particle emissions reach 6 million metric tons. So that means this number we see right here is a really, really tiny fraction of our greater pollution problem. So we know that on our bridges, on our roads, there are these massive amounts of tire particles. But it's not just the amounts that we are worried about, it's how they behave in the environment. See, unlike other microplastics, they travel differently. Some settle in our soils, some can float along our rivers, and some are even prone to things like resuspension. And this is because tire plastics have a wide range of densities. So we wanted to investigate that a little further. That included going into our lab with some of our particles and running density separation tests. By using density solutions of varying densities, we can actually separate the weights of our tire particles and assign them by extracting what's floating and what's sinking to specific density ranges. Now, what we found was striking from this. At all of the streets that we were looking at, so things like the really high traffic roads like Walnut Street Bridge, or our quieter streets, maybe more residential areas, our density distribution was strikingly similar. This means that whatever is affecting the density of our particles is happening consistently across all of the sites that we have, not just at one specific way. So what actually controls our TRW, or our tire particle density? Well, in order to figure this out, we had to start looking closer, and I mean literally. This means using instrumentation like this, known as an electron microscope, at the Singh Center for Nanotechnology here at Penn. We were able to use instruments like this to see our tire particles at microscopic levels and begin doing things like assigning elements to where we see the particles on. Now, this is used a lot in material science, but for tire particles, it was a little new. And for pairing these tools with our image analysis method, we were actually able to develop a novel tire particle characterization way of actually seeing what's on our tire particles and why they have varying densities. So real quick, let's put this to the test. On the screen are two different particles. One is going to be our low density particle, and one is going to be our high density particle. Now, before I tell you which is which, take a moment and try and guess. All right, you got it? Let's see. So the one on your left is going to be our low density particle. The one on our right is going to be our high density particle. And as we take a closer look, we see here on our high density particles, there are things that seem embedded or encrusted covering our tire particle. And those are the things that actually alter the density of our particles. That means these types of particles are going to be more prone to settling in the environments they land on, whereas our low density particles are going to be more prone to traveling down our rivers, floating through the air. Now, this understanding of how our tire particles interact with our environment is crucial because it allows us to understand how particles transport and flow through the environment, and it'll ultimately lead us to designing solutions to mitigate their impacts. So I know I just said a lot, so from here, maybe you're asking what's next. Well, for our policymakers in our cities, we really need to start recognizing tire pollutants as major urban pollutants. And we need to integrate them into our environmental regulations. But honestly, I would just love to see Philadelphia do a little more street cleaning. But I don't mean to go out there and do it myself with my vacuum. For our tire industries, though, we need to continue pushing innovation. Right now, researchers are studying things like self-sealing tires, tires that can recover from some amounts of wear. However, we need to keep pushing things like this new types of materials that'll allow us to have tires that last longer, but also release fewer harmful particles and create less environmental damage over time. And for all of us, well, awareness is just the beginning. Most people don't know that their tires are polluting the environment, but now you do. And as you share this with other people, I hope they'll start learning about it too. You can start supporting policies that are addressing these tire pollutants and encouraging things like smarter urban transportation planning, making sure that cities are more walkable or have better transportation for people to take. And finally, even the small things like maintaining tire pressure can all reduce tire pollutants over time. So, now that we know what happens after rubber meets the road, it's up to all of us to rethink how we drive, design, and regulate for a cleaner future. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. I'm Leonardo. I'm a PhD candidate in applied math and computational science, and I'm here today to talk to you about how to know what you don't know. And I want to begin by asking each of you a question. Have you ever been absolutely sure about something and then turned out to be completely wrong? If so, you're not alone. This is actually a very common phenomenon of the human mind, and psychologists have studied it extensively. You might have even heard of the Dunning-Kruger effect, which states that people with little knowledge about a subject tend to be overconfident in their abilities, while experts are often more cautious. This mismatch between true and perceived ability is often most stark when we know very little, something people even call peak of Mount Stupid. Luckily, with AI being on the rise, we can rest assured that machines won't be susceptible to the same pitfalls as we silly humans, right? Well, it's not so simple. Machine learning models suffer from a similar problem. They make predictions, but they rarely tell us how confident they are, leading to risks when deploying them in the real world. This makes a big difference for high-consequence scenarios, such as self-driving cars and medical diagnosis, where a mistake can literally mean the difference between life and death. And don't get me wrong, machine learning models are often great at making predictions. But without knowing uncertainty, they can be dangerously overconfident. We need more than just answers from AI. We need to know how much we can trust those answers. In other words, we need AI to be able to quantify how confident they are in their answers. Instead of having models output a single prediction, like we see here, outputting the number 0 without any added information, we should get a range of possibilities that describe different possible outcomes. In this graph, the x-axis indicates values, and the y-axis indicates frequency. This also helps us distinguish between scenarios where we have high uncertainty, with like the one shown here, from scenarios where we have lower uncertainty, as can be seen in the bottom graph, where there's a narrower range of possible values concentrated more closely around 0. This is important because we don't always have all the information required to make deterministic predictions. In addition, many problems in nature are inherently random. On the left, you can see that these balls can fall in many different ways, so it's impossible to account for a range of possible outcomes. For applications such as operating a nuclear power plant, for example, this can help us distinguish between scenarios where we have safe operation versus scenarios that could lead to catastrophic system collapses. The difference between a single prediction and one with uncertainty is stark. The reactor won't fail versus there's a 2% chance that it will. Two statements, two very different decisions. So hopefully by now I've convinced you that quantifying uncertainty is important. But how should you go about it? Well, if you're anything like me, when I come across an ethical dilemma and I want to gauge whether my decision is correct, I ask my friends. And the technical term, hearing a different opinion can help you consider different possibilities. And in machine learning, the technical term for this is model ensembling. Model ensembling consists of having different models make independent predictions instead of relying on a single model. It's been used for decades in high-stake fields such as hurricane forecasting. Here's an ensemble forecast of Hurricane Ian from 2022. Most models show it passing through Florida into Georgia, but some of them predict Alabama or instead the Carolinas. This spread reveals our uncertainty. If the predictions are close to each other, there's low uncertainty. But if they're far from each other, we know there's high uncertainty. But what if all models share the same bias? If they all predict Ian will go east, they will all be confidently wrong. A hive mind where all models are the same leads to overconfidence. If all models are too similar, they reinforce each other's mistakes. But with diversity, errors in opposite directions average out, making predictions more reliable. This is actually something that can be proven mathematically. In 2008, Scott Page published a paper showing that the error of an ensemble is equal to the individual error and the average error an individual model makes minus the diversity in predictions. This means that if we want to decrease our error, we need to increase diversity. This, in order to make good predictions and have reasonable uncertainty measures, we need diversity in predictions. And this isn't a feel-good, hand-wavy slogan, it's a mathematical fact. So much so that researchers have spent decades building methods to ensure statistical diversity in ensembles. There are way more of them than I can even begin to describe here, and they show in practice that diversity leads to better decision-making. And once we have good uncertainty measures and know where our knowledge is weakest, that is, where uncertainty is greatest, the smartest thing to do is to go out and learn more. And I would argue that this is the essence of intelligent decision-making. Not just making predictions, but seeking the right questions to ask. This leads to a virtuous cycle where we can train a model using available data, then we identify our most uncertain predictions and conduct experiments to resolve them. We then add these new points to our data set and retrain with the new insights. Each step refines our understanding, making predictions stronger over time. This actually describes a lot of the research that I do. For example, a project I work on consists of designing soft robots made of flexible rubber instead of metal, enabling safer human-robot interactions, like assisting bedridden patients in hospital beds. This field is still new, and we need to understand how to design these robots and their physical properties. Reliable models not only predict behavior, but also tell us how confident we should be in those predictions, guiding experiments more effectively. Here you see one of these robots lifting a mannequin leg. On the right, I plot real experimental data in green along with predictions in gray of an ensemble of neural networks that I trained to predict the behavior. As you can see, the predictions are extremely close to the real experiments, and they generalize well to the trend we see in the data. Another project I have is a partnership with Samsung on microchip manufacturing. Making chips is a complicated, multi-stage process with many possible points of failure. As such, the proportion of chips successfully made, also known as yield, can be as low as 50%. In this project, we hope to determine the best parameters for this complex manufacturing process as to obtain the highest possible yield. And preliminary results on artificial data tell us that this is indeed possible. In this histogram of objective scores for manufacturing parameters, we see the best value in the original data set provided by Samsung is 250. By leveraging a neural network with built-in uncertainty quantification, we can guide experiments in an efficient way, balancing exploration and exploitation. Overall, we're able to find an objective of 500 with only a small fraction of original experiments. So I promise to tell you how to know what you don't know. First, you should embrace uncertainty because it will be there whether you want it or not. Then, you should encourage diversity because hive minds don't make the best decisions. And finally, you should act in your ignorance. Collect new evidence based on the things you don't know. If we want safe, reliable AI, we need to stop asking for just answers and start asking, how sure are you? Thank you very much.
All right. Hello, everyone. My name is Rachel Kniep, and I'm a PhD student in the physics department here at Penn. And today I want to talk to you about blue energy and how water could be a clean and renewable solution to the energy needs facing our world today. Come on. So if you look around the world today, what you'll see is, especially in developing nations, there's an increase in demand for energy. Over the next 25 years, it's predicted that we'll need about 11% more energy than we need today. What that translates to is about 100 exajoules of energy, or the amount of energy the United States consumed alone in 2024. So if we look forward by 2050, as a world, we're going to need enough energy to power another United States, and that's a lot of energy. Unfortunately, most of the energy that we consume as a world is still fossil fuels. Fossil fuels, when burned, release greenhouse gases and carbon dioxide into the atmosphere, warming our planet. And this warming can have terrible effects on our environment. And we see these effects all over the world. From the hurricanes that ravaged the East Coast that have devastated communities like North Carolina, to the wildfires in California that seem to never stop. And these types of effects can be seen right here in our own city. If you've been living in Philly for a while, you've probably noticed some of these effects over the last couple of years. In 2021, hurricanes that blew through the East Coast caused the school to flood so high, people were jumping off the overpasses into the floodwaters. And in 2023, the Canadian wildfires changed the Philly skyline into an ominous and hazy orange. Now, if we want to reverse course, and really reclaim our environment, what we need to do is we need to reduce our reliance on fossil fuels. And there are a couple of ways to do this, but really the best answer we have is to move towards renewable energy. Now, you've probably heard of a lot of different types of renewable energy, everything from solar energy to wind to hydroelectric. These power sources that typically fall under this category of green energy are seemingly inexhaustible, but a lot of them actually have really bad effects on the environment or rely on certain environmental conditions to be met to be generated. Solar energy isn't generated if the sun isn't shining. Wind farms can have a devastating effect on birds. And dams, where they're built, completely alter the ecosystem. But today, I want to introduce you to a new type of energy, one that doesn't rely on the sun shining or the wind blowing, and it's available 24/7 with a minimal impact on the environment. And that energy is blue energy. Blue energy is an energy that's derived from the mixing of salt water and fresh water, and I'm going to explain exactly how that works. But the key to blue energy is a unique technology we're developing here at Penn called an osmotic membrane. I want you to think of an osmotic membrane as a special filter. And just like any filter, it keeps some particles in while letting other particles through. And in fact, you may have used something like an osmotic membrane this morning if you made a cup of tea. When you make a cup of tea, you put leaves in a bag, and you put that bag in water. And what happens is this bag, your tea bag, acts just like an osmotic filter does. Now, when you make a cup of tea, there's another very important physical concept at play. And this physical concept is the concept of diffusion. And it's also very important for blue energy. Diffusion is this idea that if you have a lot of particles bunched up in one place, they don't want to stay there. Rather, if they have the space, they're going to spread out. So when you make a cup of tea, you have a lot of tea particles in a bag, but they don't stay there. They move through that filter, and they diffuse across the membrane. When we make blue energy, we rely on these same physical principles. To make blue energy, we essentially design special osmotic membranes, special filters that filter out positive salt particles from seawater. And I want to talk about how this works up close. So to make blue energy, what we need is salt water and fresh water. We start with these two fluid reservoirs. And what you'll notice is on the saltwater side, we have two different types of particles. Our angry green negative particles and our happy pink positive particles. And if you remember that process of diffusion, this idea that particles don't like to be bunched up together, what will happen over time is these particles want to spread out. However, what we have here is our specially designed osmotic membrane. And what will happen is over time, these particles will spread out, but only the positive ones are going to make it to the freshwater side. So what we have here is positive charge on one side and negative charge on the other. We have a buildup of charge. And what this might remind you of is a battery. And just like a battery, if we put a circuit across this battery, across this membrane, energy will flow. And this, folks, this is blue energy. So from just salt water, fresh water, and a specially designed membrane, we have been able to generate electricity. Now, you might be wondering, if it's that easy, why have we not done it yet? Like, what is the holdup here? The question we have is, how do we make these osmotic membranes for blue energy? And really, this is the question that is the key to my research. Here at Penn in the physics department, I study how we can make membranes for blue energy. And in our group, the Drendich group, our answer to this is a unique class of materials called two-dimensional materials. 2D materials are materials so-called because they are just one atom thick. They are a millionth the thickness of a piece of paper, and yet they are stronger than steel. And what's so exciting about these materials is that we are able to design them to have holes that are just a few atoms wide. And what I do as a physicist is I study the physics of these very small holes that we affectionately call nanopores. And by understanding the physics of these small holes in these very thin materials, we can understand how we can get salt particles that are positive to move through while blocking out the negative ones, allowing us to generate blue energy. Now, the work we do in the Drendich group is on a very small scale. However, work by other physicists like me have shown that if we're able to scale up this technology in the right conditions, 1 square meter of our membrane technology could be enough to power 2,500 US households, and that's a lot of energy. And really, everything we need to generate this energy already exists. Estuaries, where saltwater and freshwater meet, provide the perfect places to build blue power plants. And in the Netherlands, there are already some companies building blue power plants. And although their osmotic membranes are not as efficient as the ones we predict, it still shows proof of principle that we can build these kinds of plants and they can make energy. And really, the need for renewable energy is more urgent than ever. Every second we continue to burn fossil fuels is another second our environment continues to warm. And really, we need to retake our environment, not only for our world, but for our city. And really, I'm very hopeful that the technology we're developing here at Penn will lead to a day that rather than the Schuylkill flooding or the sky being hazy, we might actually see a day where it's always sunny in Philadelphia. And the skies are blue, because the energy is too. Thank you.
So kids are bad at paying attention. Whether that's in the classroom, they have difficulties focusing on a single task, or at home, getting distracted, often by the smallest of things. And yet, at the same time, children often surprise us with how well they learn. My friend's mom told me this story about how one of her sons was practicing this poem every day after school in order to present at a talent show. She said her other son was in the room at the same time, but wasn't really paying attention. And she told me how her other son, so the one not practicing the poem, came up to her one day and recited it perfectly from start to finish. And whether that's a mom exaggerating a bit or a true story, I'm actually going to talk about some data today, drawing from psychology and neuroscience research, that suggests this may very well be true. In fact, what I'm going to talk about is how bad attention that kids have might actually be a very good thing for their learning. So, what is attention? I'm going to focus on a kind of attention called selective attention, which we can think of as a spotlight, which involves the enhanced processing of information that's relevant to our goals and to our tasks, and also the ability to filter out information that's irrelevant, so to tune out distractors. And selective attention is not something we're just born with, but that develops from childhood into adulthood. There's a whole bunch happening in the brain that's leading to this. What I want to focus on today is a region called the prefrontal cortex. And this is a region you might have heard of because it's one of the slowest to develop as we grow from children to adults. And this region is important for a lot, but it's important for selective attention in particular too. So how does selective attention and these differences in the brain shape what kids versus adults learn? So I ran studies where I had kids aged 7 to 9, as well as adults, come into the lab and do these experiments with different games where I manipulated attention in different ways, which I'll get into, and then measured how that affected learning differently in kids versus adults. So in this first experiment, this is what it looked like. The participants came into the lab, they played this game where they had to press a button when a picture appeared on screen. In other words, they had to pay attention to the pictures. And this looked something like this. So there was this slideshow of images. They just had to press a button every time one appeared. So here, the pictures are the focus of attention. And then we had this surprise game number 2, where we asked participants to name pictures as fast as they could. And this is how we measured learning. So let me just show you what this looks like. So participants saw something like this, and once they knew what it was, as quickly as possible, they had to shout it out. So snowman, for example. And what's critical is that some of these images we showed to them in the slideshow. So if they're faster at responding to those images, that means they learned them better. So if we look at the results comparing adults and kids, we can see that adults in purple, they showed a lot better learning of these pictures. That makes sense. We know adults are better at selective attention. But what we really were interested in is comparing this first experiment to the second experiment, where the pictures were no longer relevant, and instead, the participants had to focus on these yellow shapes. So we had participants come back to the lab, and these were a separate group of participants, and they played similar games but with a twist. So they had to press a button every time a yellow shape on the screen repeated. And in other words, they had to ignore the pictures. So the pictures were no longer relevant to the task. And that looked something like this. So they had to press a button if that yellow shape repeated back to back. And this is a hard task to do. It involves really ignoring those pictures. And then we did that same learning game where we had them name a picture as fast as they could. And what we found in this experiment was very different than in the first one. In this experiment, we found that now kids showed slightly better learning than adults did. And this is really interesting because it's saying that kids are learning this unattended information better than adults. In other words, their attentional spotlight is more diffuse. And the part that I think was the coolest about this study is when we compare across experiments. So in that first experiment, when attention was directed to the photos versus when their attention was directed away from the pictures, you can see in adults, so in purple, there's this huge boost in learning when they're attending to the photos. They're able to use their attention to boost what they're learning about. But if we look at kids, there's actually no difference at all between how well they learned in these experiments. And this is really interesting because it's telling us that telling kids to pay attention is having no impact on how well they're learning that information. So we were really interested in what exactly is going on in the brain that could explain this. To answer this question, we used fMRI to measure participants' brain activity while they were playing these different types of games. And the first thing we found is that in these regions of prefrontal cortex here, the adults were activating these regions more than kids when paying attention to the images. That makes sense. Adults are using their prefrontal cortex, a region we know is important for attention, to boost their attention to that information. But we also went a step further and looked at this part of the brain that we know cares about these pictures. And what we did is we trained computer learning algorithms to try to guess whether a person was looking at a snowman or a couch that was on the screen. So I'll go into that. So on the y-axis here is I have how well the computer was able to guess what a person was looking at based on their brain activity alone. So if the computer does a good job guessing, this is all you need to know. If it does a good job guessing, that means the neurons in that part of the brain are doing a really good job at processing and learning that information. So I'm going to plot it for both the unattended in blue and the attended in red. And for adults, there was this huge boost in the computer's ability to guess when it was the focus of attention. But for kids, there was no difference at all. The computer is able to guess equally well in both conditions. And this is really interesting because it's saying that actual neurons in the kid's brain, they're treating attended and unattended information the same. So to summarize, kids and adults have different attentional spotlights, which is shaping what they're learning. And telling kids to pay attention doesn't seem to matter. Their brains are going to learn it just as well. And a metaphor we like to use is to describe kids as sponges. They're taking in all this information, absorbing this information, regardless of whether they're trying to or not. So what next? Well, one, I'd be really interested in seeing how this extends to more natural environments, like in the classroom, instead of just a lab testing room on a computer. So whether from preschools to college lecture halls. But for this last minute, I actually want to take a step back and ask a bigger question. Why? Why do kids have bad attention? Is it just by chance that the prefrontal cortex develops slow? Well, the current thought in the field is actually that having bad attention might actually be adaptive and a very useful thing for children's ability to learn. And this makes sense if we think about what it's like for a baby to enter the world. Everything is one great blooming, buzzing confusion. And what I mean by that is babies and kids, they don't know what to pay attention to yet. And they don't have categories or a way of organizing the world. So it's better just to take it all in. In other words, this bad attention could be why kids can learn so much so fast. And at the same time, kids are also more curious, exploratory, playful, open-minded, and all of these things can help them learn. So the next time you're around a kid and they're struggling to pay attention, cut them a bit of slack. They might be learning more than you think they are. Thank you so much, and thanks to my collaborators who helped with this research.
Thanks, Marley, and thanks to all the fabulous presenters, both here in the natural sciences and all day. Let's give them another round of applause. And thanks also go to our judges, in this panel and throughout the day who have very difficult decisions to make. This is the end of the presentations for Penn Grad Talks 2025. I can't thank you enough for coming. I can't thank you enough to all our presenters. Please join us 5:15, a reception in the Sphinx lobby here in the museum. We'll celebrate all our winners, all our amazing Penn scholars in SAS. So please stay, let's see you there, and congratulations, thank you.